Konnichiwa and irashaimase. Hello and welcome back to Tokyo 2020, the Paralympic Games, coming to you live from Tokyo Metropolitan Gymnasium. This is where the action goes down, and this is the wonderful world of table tennis awaiting inside. We've got an exciting day ahead. Starting off, some very exciting battles here. The men's team classes 4 and 5 gold medal match, and following that, women's team classes 1 through 3 gold medal match. It'll be a China-Korea affair in both encounters. Here's how the teams got here, who they beat along the way. Slovakia for China in the semis, and France for Republic of Korea. So Slovakia and France getting the bronze medals, but who will get the gold? Only time will tell.
Yeah, another day of the finals in the team events, and another set of golds to win.
And there have been a lot of golds won by these two nations throughout the history of the Paralympic Games. China, the most dominant nation in table tennis. But in the Paralympic Games, Korea's put up a strong fight, and it really is anybody's match here today.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the athletes for the men's team class 4 to 5 gold medal match.
男子団体クラス4 to 5決勝戦選手入場です。
Team People's Republic of China.
中華人民共和国
And here comes the Chinese team for the classes 4 and 5 gold medal match. Some very exciting players to watch here. Tao Ningning on the right, Guo Xingyuan in the middle, and coach and still current player on the far left. So, Zhang Yan on the far left, a veteran. To be coaching and also competing is quite impressive. Someone with a full plate out here, but years and years of experience. It's interesting to see on the Korean team in certain classes, there are players who started in their 40s, mid-40s, that are out here battling for medals that have developed quite quickly. Here's the Korean team. Designated to play Kim Jong-il in the middle, and on the left, Kim Young-gun.
Baek Young-bok from class 3, the first one we saw presented. Yeah, these are the Paralympic champion in the team event from Rio, so they will be defending that gold medal against China. Surprisingly, for once we have a team who is facing China and defending the gold.
Yeah, that's not so common to say. It does speak to the strength of the Korean team.
So this is our first final of the day.
So we get into the coin toss here to determine where the players start. Now we will start off with the doubles, as you can see on screen. 2 singles to follow if needed, should it come to the deciding match. So the serve has been determined. China choosing the right side. Now sometimes they'll look and say, yeah, there are less photographers coming from this side, or we're more at peace here. Maybe the air conditioning isn't as strong. Any number of reasons. It could just be that right is good luck in their family. You never know.
Yes, but of course they switch sides after every game, so this shouldn't be too much of a factor. Also, all the players have had a long tournament and quite some experience playing in this venue by this point.
Now, in case you haven't had the same amount of experience in this venue, just to let you know, if it's your first time watching the Paralympics, there are 11 classes in table tennis. The lower the number, the greater the impairment or disability. Class 11, intellectual impairments. Classes 6 through 10, standing, but physical impairments. Classes 1 through 5 are seated. That means players will be playing in wheelchairs. Class 1 would have the least mobility, balance, and classes 4 and 5 would be the most mobile and physically able players here. So Kim Jung-il and Kim Young-gun. As you can see their upper bodies, you'll have a chance to watch them throughout. They're clearly very strong and fast. Although it's Cao Ning-ning, who every time I see makes me want to do more push-ups. So a lot of inspiration here, looking at the strength, I would say, but the one thing that's most exciting to me when people ask, why do you love table tennis so much? It's just such a clever thinker's sport. You're constantly solving puzzles. I mean, right now, you've got players who might have checked out the equipment of their opponents to make sure they're familiar with exactly what weaponry their opponents have so that they know what sort of spin they can expect, what sort of speed and spring off the bounce. Just so many puzzles to solve in real time.
We are in classes 4 to 5, so of course we can expect a lot of speed and not that much time to think, at least during the rally, but tactical-wise, time for that in between the points. Interestingly, both Korean players are classes 4. Cao Ning-ning, the only class 5 player here, although we are in the combined class 4 and 5 final match.
So in terms of difference in rules from, say, non-para table tennis, well, first of all, just a reminder that China hasn't dropped a match yet. Chile nor Slovakia could change that. The semifinals, the quarterfinals. Rules-wise, the players do not have to alternate like they would in standing events. What they have to do is keep their wheelchair on one half of the table. They can come in near the net or cross sides if they need to. One game dropped yesterday, Poland. It was Chuper, Rafał Chuper, who took a game off of the Koreans, or a match, I should say. Gert Selig here, our umpire from Germany, will be officiating. We'll meet our assistant umpire in a moment. The officials here, the best in the world, it is Marian Bistrichan of Slovakia. They're international blue badge umpires, and they will be enforcing the rules very strictly to make sure that players have a very fair fight.
A detail to mention perhaps that we've started off the team events with the knockouts right from the start. Those of you who have followed singles events would know that the singles were played in a round-robin format from the beginning before proceeding to the best of 16 or quarterfinal stage. 3 players are allowed per team. The third player can only alternate one of the players in the doubles, not in the 2 individual matches to follow if they are needed. But 2 players actually are enough to form a team here.
And we had a shot of the different wheelchairs here. You'll see different types of back support for the players, and as you mentioned, form of expression that when you spend such a large percentage of your life in the wheelchair, it becomes an extension of you and your personality. So we shall see. All matches will be best of 5. First pair to win 3 games wins the match. Games to 11 must win by 2. Good spin to start off. Cross court for the Koreans to take their serve for a point. Some excellent power here. Again, subtle service contact sets up a nice third ball. Cao Ning signaling what he's going to serve so his teammate knows. That tomahawk serve, sometimes you can vary up the amounts of underspin to go with the side spin, keep it unpredictable. Late reaction there, but still covered the middle well. Now, can you tell us a little bit about the middle of the table and some tactics out here?
Yes, in wheelchair events in doubles, the middle ground between the 2 players is always a good point to aim at. The players will often either both go for the ball or neither of them will if they're not in sync enough, and at least it can cause some hesitation and bring your opponents to a mistake. We see that the two Chinese players, one of them left-handed, one of them right-handed. That's a bit of a disadvantage in this case, since at the same time they will always have either both of them their playing arm towards the middle of the table or away from it.
Interesting, in many standing events, right-handed, left-handed combinations are preferred just to cover the middle with forehands, but point very well made here. So a streak for the Chinese pair, in the lead by 1 now. That ball was so quick, the fitness, the mobility here. Cao Ningning, I don't recall him wearing tape on the arm from the start. It could be after 2 weeks nearly of non-stop competition at a world-class level.
Or perhaps is to signal his former Korean para-table tennis player wife, Moon Sung-ye, who to cheer for.
Oh, yeah. Who do you stay in the same house as? That's right, that's who you support in this match. Table tennis, a very international sport. Crushes from all over the world, to all over the world.
You have to realize that when you're a table tennis player, other table tennis players and staff members or coaches are the people who you're spending your whole life with. So it's difficult to have or maintain a relationship outside of this world.
Well, that was an out-of-this-world shot right down the middle of the table. Set up the high attack here. Cao Ningning so quick. Watch the acceleration there. His upper body barely even moved, just leaned in a bit to catch the ball at its peak. His balance is outstanding, his physique is outstanding, his technique. Yet still a silver medalist here in Tokyo.
Yeah, I was just gonna say this time all this skill was only enough, only in quotes, for a silver medal here.
A good turn deep on the backhand corner, playing with the forehand. Guo, heavy spin on that left-handed forehand, and it is now 6 game points for the Chinese pair to take the first game in this best-of-5 match to start off the team contest. Good pressure into the elbow, that crossover point gets the racket head straight up from Cao Ningning. Game point saved, the Koreans fighting still. And the tomahawk serve with a bit of topspin on it and a lot of side. Carries long, 11-5. The Chinese pair take game number 1 over the Korean men and game number 2 of the gold medal competition between China and Korea will be up in just a bit. Players back for game number 2. China leading 1-0. Quick correction, earlier I misspoke. Chuper of Poland, who took a match against Korea, was actually in class 2. Been watching a lot of exciting table tennis between the classes here, so apologies for the misspeaking. That serve again, very challenging to read and receive.
Yeah, China's strong in the beginning of this doubles match. That's not always the case with the best individual players. Doubles can be tricky and have brought us some of the biggest upsets so far, also in the team events.
Yeah, it seems like there are more factors to determine who would win and a bit more unpredictability, as you mentioned. Good deception here with the backhand, just brushing off the end of the racket. Gives it a bit more spin, more racket speed. Now that's a tough situation here when you've got your left-handed player on that side of the table. You could see the seating before when Guo was on the other side of the table, how far out to the backhand side he sat.
Yeah, that's the trouble with differently handed players in a double.
I like that. Differently handed indeed. The mixed pairing here. But still he makes it count, leaning into his teammate's side. Now you have to imagine for Cao Ningning, this is especially important. He was defending a gold medal in Rio and was beaten by Valentin Baus, if I'm not mistaken, for the gold medal in class 5. So this is the only chance for a gold medal left for Cao Ningning here in Tokyo.
Yes, and in the team event in Rio, he came 4th in class 5. So that was unfortunate for him, definitely. Here at least that can't happen, since all the semi-finalists will be awarded a medal, but he's now playing in the final and probably wants to have his revenge and take that gold.
Well, from 4th to 1st would be quite an upgrade. We shall see. Korean pair leading here 4-3, second serve. Look at how big the space is between the two players from China. I mean, I know the different handedness is probably the key factor here, but that's the most space I've seen.
Yeah, but you also have to realize that, yes, both of these players have the middle on their forehand sides now, so they need the space to make the right shots, and they can reach or lean with their bodies quite far, which is a much better option than hitting against each other when doing so.
Yeah, maybe some of the classes that we saw with right-left-handed combinations were lower classes earlier, so there wasn't quite as much separation or space between them.
And another thing to consider, that of course it's easier also to cover the backhand side for both of them this way.
It's amazing how late Guo is able to take the ball and still spin it back aggressively, but the Korean pair tie it right back up. Good pressure, just moving it around in that middle part of the table. Parallel backhand rip. So strong. Kim Jung-il. Again, the parallel shots are so important. Tougher to react to and also tougher to make.
And more of a surprise sometimes, because especially if you're playing cross table diagonals in a row, and then we say the player who's not doing that kind of falls asleep, and with a fast down the line you can surprise them.
Don't want to be falling asleep at the job out here. The last team contest for both of these teams. So pips on the forehand and then the spinny aggressive backhand. Kim Young-gun pulling out the guns. It's Funny, we did see someone win a point while sleeping the other day.
Yeah, in doubles even that can happen. Careful, middle to middle.
And a bit of an initiation here, turning up the heat with the forehand. Kim Young-gun.
The Koreans are masters of different rubbers, pimpled rubbers, even in higher classes where we don't get to see them as often in, let's say, class 1, 2, or even 3.
Yeah, for those of you newer to the sport, pimples or pips are the bumps that look like Legos. They make it so the contact creates less spin. The longer the pips, the more defensive the rubber. Ooh. And a gift here. Now, we didn't mention this. If you're new to doubles, the serve must be cross-court, as always. That's where the line really comes into play in most events. From the right side of the table to the opponent's right side of the table, facing you.
And the players switch after one has served twice, so the receiver will be the same throughout the game. Changed, of course, for the next one.
Good body movement here from Guo. Serve as well to set up that high third ball attack, but you could see he got his whole body into it. At least the upper body for sure. The receive game against Guo's serve has been really tricky. He just keeps it, I don't know, I'd say between the amounts of spin, but the deception factor on these tomahawks. Third towel break. If you're new to the sport, you're allowed a towel break every 6 points. A lot of conversation here for the Chinese pair.
Yeah, almost a timeout opportunity. This towel breaks, and in doubles you have a person to discuss things with.
A little surprising to me too, because the Korean men were the ones trailing. You would think they'd have a little bit more to discuss, but a tight game either way. 1 point between them now, the Koreans with a second serve. Good defensive shot. Heavy backspin right off the bounce, uses the pips defensively, and 2 game points saved, so we will alternate serves every point now until one pair has a 2-point lead and takes the game.
Both teams very careful once again.
It was a game of chicken, just waiting to see who would take the first swing. Guo actually making an attack there, but then the Korean defending it, keeping it low, and it turned right back into a pushing game.
And for the second time, it was Cao that gave that point to the Koreans trying to attack.
So 3 points in a row, and now a game point of their own after 2 saved.
Third time's the charm.
Well, this backhand works out as you mentioned here. Cao Ningning saving a game point. It's been back and forth. Remember, Korea down 0-1 in games. Guo has been very effective in the serve. Fighting spirit in the crowd, Huaiting. And the second bounce on this kicks, and it takes a sharp turn into the chest. The opponent on the receive.
Coordinating the tactics here.
Good reach for the wide forehand, but tough to survive after leaving a ball that high over the table. Cao Ningning on the finish, and China takes it 13-11 in a marathon game 2 with a lot of extra points. It was seesaw back and forth, but now it's all up to Korea. because game number 3 is their only chance to survive here in the first match. It's the doubles for the gold medal match of men's team classes 4 and 5, China versus Korea. Game 3 coming right up.
We're back for game number 3 in this men's teams class 4 and 5 gold medal match. The first match, the doubles, China leads 2-0, so the Koreans will have to take this game if they want to stay in the match, get some better chances of defeating that gold from Rio. Let.
The service warning, tough to tell, was clearly related to the toss. There's so many different rules on service, though, in terms of a flat hand, no spin on the toss, the angle of the toss itself, the height of the toss.
Yes, and another thing that sometimes happens, especially in the doubles, is that the player would hold the palm over the surface of the table, which is also not allowed.
A lot of celebration from the Chinese pair. Now, we've talked about how important the doubles is. First, actually, I just want to highlight is that catches the edge of the racket. That can create an outstanding tetra. Very deadly shot. Heavy backspin. Now, for those of you just joining us, a tetra is a shot that's fairly unique to the lower classes especially, but in the wheelchair events where someone lobs the ball just behind the net with backspin so that it comes back to their own side. You can feel the difference between the snappy wrist of Kim Jung-gil and Kim Young-gun's forehand with the pips, the different amounts of pace that they can put on the ball.
This is why the two Chinese players sit at the table so far away from each other, exactly to allow themselves to wait for attack opportunities like this one.
You know, I took a look ahead at the matches to come, which is very important because if your team, let's say your team China, and you win the doubles hypothetically, as they're on their way to doing right now, but the Koreans have an overwhelmingly winning record in the next two, it wouldn't really matter so much. They would still be the strong favorites. Korea, it's pretty split. Head-to-head, Cao Ning has a winning record over Kim Jung-il. That's the first singles match to come. So if China takes this match, China could win it in 2 straight up, but if it goes to the decider, Kim Young-gun versus Guo Xingyuan, Kim Young-gun has an outstanding record, 13-3 against his Chinese opponent.
Yeah, you wouldn't think these doubles are so important, but because they're at the beginning of the match, but actually they often turn out to be the deciding one.
I could watch that replay over and over. A serve that's been tough to receive was just received better than you could hit almost any ball in the game. Again, sometimes that second camera angle really helps us appreciate that, but when you can see how low to the net these shots are coming in, and that Kim Young-gun with the backhand will take a shot like that, but the spin insecurity, the Chinese side, within 1 point. And they keep this one deep enough here that suddenly the attack becomes a lower percentage shot. I think it's the right shot to take, but it doesn't come into play.
And also an important point on the scoreboard, since they didn't allow the Koreans to run away with an advantage after this serve combination.
Oh, literally an important point on the scoreboard. Got it. Slap down the middle. Kim Jung-gil using that backhand. Again, the upper body strength on both of the Korean men. You can see it all the way through the shoulders. Spins the first one and then straight forward through the back of the second one for the win. Good placement by the Chinese pairing right down the middle. Could see a little bit of indecision on the Korean side, which that hesitation cost them a little bit of power on the shot and timing for that matter.
Just in time for the second towel break.
Cao Ningning only 1 year older than his teammate, but offering quite a bit of experience. After all, Cao Ningning is world #1 in Class 5. It's a good setup, but nice soft hands on the receive, leaving it in near the net. And both rackets coming together, but still the contact played well, cross court wide.
And this can sometimes be tricky for the receivers to see which one actually hit the ball and in which direction to expect it.
Yeah, a bit of illusion factor. Deception effective and necessary at the top levels. Again, we're getting into the business end of the game here, potentially of the match. Korea fighting for survival in game 3, up by 1 point on the receive, Kim Young-gun. It's a very patient play throughout. Chinese pair waiting for the right opportunity. A little bit of side spin on that second to last one to get the ball to come back higher. The side spin also was in place of underspin, which is part of the reason that the next push shot sat up even higher. The subtle contact with the topspin on the backhand serve and the third ball attack. Serve and attack, the most classic combination in the game. 9-8 for Korea.
Careful rallies.
And as soon as the top spin comes in, the answer comes back down the middle of the table. Take another look here. Bit of top spin, Guo with the backhand, clean down the middle of the table for the win. Zhang Yan very satisfied in the corner. The Korean fans in the crowd trying to give a home court advantage. Again, it's been a very unique experience for the athletes here at Tokyo 2020. Last two serve combinations sits with Cao Ningning. And right down the middle, Guo from the wide forehand corner spins it into the confusion point on the table. It is now game and match point for Team China to go up 1-0 in the overall team contest of China versus Korea. We've got a timeout on the Korean side. Now this is a very late, not to say that it's too late, it's just relatively late. I mean, it could be the last point of the match if the Koreans don't do something clever here. to get out. They're on the receive. Tao Ningning as a second serve. What are you thinking?
Yes, but the entire game was very tight. None of the teams came into more than a 2-point advantage, so it's difficult to say whether a timeout at some other point would be more useful. This is when the Koreans absolutely need the point, so maybe this timeout wasn't a bad idea. On the other hand, it also gave the Chinese the opportunity to plan this serve tactics on Tao Ningning's serve now.
Other than game one, pretty much the entire match, as you said, no more than a 2-point advantage for either side. So back from the Koreans' timeout at Tao Ningning, Team China with match point. And maybe a bit anxious to get into it, to cross that finish line. A bit ambitious there, looking for the attack.
Yeah, especially since his timing wasn't right still from that hesitant shot in the middle.
Oh, beautiful shot, more aggressive. This one knuckles and flies past. So 2 points in a row, a match point saved and a game point earned for the Korean pair. The men in black, MIB, at the top of the screen. And the fighting spirit in the crowd for the Korean team. But Guo's been very effective with his serve. We've seen Kim Young-gun rip it with the backhand in the past. Outstanding defense. Guo gets the racket perfectly angled and in position to cover one of the hardest shots, definitely the hardest shot that rally.
And we have to remember it's difficult enough to make 2 fast shots in a row in a wheelchair, but 2 to the middle of the table with the backhand side with which the Kim was taking it even more so. Yeah, there's that middle once again.
And that's the only time I think this match that we've seen it turn out that way, where both players looked at each other and thought, oh, I thought it was yours. I was trying to let you have it. Perfect placement. And now Tao, the second match point for Team China.
Once again serving for this match.
And there it is, Tao Ningning and Guo Xingyuan of China take the first match over the Koreans. A very tightly fought game number 3. In the last 2 games, both went to 13-11, but Team China pulling it out despite the timeout of the Koreans. So it's a 1-0 lead for Team China. Tao Ningning eyeing that gold. Don't forget, it's the first team to win 2 matches, so China just 1 away. That was a pretty crucial match in my opinion, because Korea needs match number 3, where they are the favorite.
Yes, I've mentioned before that despite being the first match, the doubles can often be the deciding one. Because of the seeding, since the players don't know ahead of the match when they're setting up who they'll be facing in the individuals, it's very difficult to predict.
You had the match stats on screen there. Cool close-up shot of the gold Viscaria. Always neat to see that. So a 3-0 victory. The Chinese pair flawless game-wise, not dropping a game. And coming up next will be Tao Ningning, 33-year-old world number 1 versus Kim Jung-il. They're both third-time Paralympians. We'll tell you more about them. Enjoy the highlights. And the first singles match, the second overall match of the gold medal team contest to come in just a bit.
シングルスは銀メダルということでした。前の世界選手権チャンピオンでもありますし、現在のアジアチャンピオンでもあります。団体では7つの金メダル獲得に貢献しています。現在36歳ナンバー2が挑みますキム・タングン選手です。
So he's up against Tao Ningning, representing the People's Republic of China, Paralympic champion from Rio 2016, and also picked up team gold in London 2012, as well as individual silver. He won silver here in Tokyo. He was runner-up in the 2018 World Championships, and is the current Asian champion, a title he's held on 5 occasions.
対するは中華人民共和国代表タウ・ニンニン選手、リオでのチャンピオン、ロンドンでは団体で金、シングルで銀でした。2018年世界選手権準優勝、現在のアジアチャンピオン5つのタイトルを制しています。このクラスワールドランキングナンバーワン33歳タウ・ニンニン選手です。
So the match about to come up is Kim Tong-gil, Republic of Korea, versus Tao Ningning, People's Republic of China.
Players back to the table. This could be the determining match for the gold medal. It is a battle for gold. Korea in black versus China in red. Tao Ningning, 33-year-old for China, world ranked #1 in class 5.
Tao
Here he is there, potentially reminding his Korean wife who to cheer for with that China elbow tape.
I'm sure their 3 children don't have any doubts about this.
Meaning that they cheer for China?
Yes, of course. I mean that they probably cheer for their father.
That would make sense. Go, Mom. She's like, yeah, they're all high-fiving at home like Korea, Korea.
Well, that's the danger of being a professional athlete and away from home a lot, I suppose.
Yeah, interesting. This is the life. I mean, traveling the world all the time. Table tennis is very international. It's not like you have a home stadium where you spend half of the season just down the street.
And this year's Paralympics are especially challenging for the athletes in the sense that none of them were able to bring their families along to have their support here.
It's an interesting point you make. And also, both of these delegations are used to a lot of crowd support. So this is Kim Jung-il, 35 years old, world rank number 5 in class 4 to start with the serves. And a good start here from the Korean. Now head-to-head, they've played 6 times. Kim Jung-il, in his 3rd appearance at the Paralympic Games, has a record of 2-4 against Cao Ningning.
Yeah, Cao Ningning in an advantage also in terms of his physicality. He's a class 5, so, Kim class 4, so there should be at least a slight advantage, less of an impact of the impairment on his game. And the results at the singles tournament would also seem to play in Cao's favor. He got a silver in class 5, and Kim Jong-il only reached the best of 16 round. In class 4, that is.
So a bit of a streak here for Cao Ningning, who was down 1-2. Very calm play throughout, looking for the angles, but the effort pays off for Kim. Here's the one that really tests his movement. Coming right back, again, that left hand on the wheel just to be constantly moving and repositioning. It's a lot to think about. When you get used to it, I mean, you're a 3-time Paralympian. For me, I've only played in a wheelchair for maybe 20 minutes of my life.
Yes, and all these players use their wheelchairs in everyday life as well, not only for competition, which is why that is an extra advantage. And I like to say wheelchairs are parts of our bodies. We learn to control them, maneuver them, use them as best as we can in everyday life and at the table as well.
Well, Cao Ningning using it very well there to turn the chair so that, watch him set up for this forehand. Just a little bit to the left. I think that's the twist at the waist. But a lot of torque on that shot, a lot of rotation. Outstanding rally. Cao Ningning starts to back behind the table as it comes back into play after a quick few exchanges here. That was the one, the cover of the middle.
Yeah, extremely good shot from this elbow area, which can be tricky, especially if you're not in perfect position to start from.
That forehand on the parallel is so spinny. Now, in terms of the emotion we see from Cao Ningning, he was looking to get his back-to-back, his 2nd gold medal in singles, but he was upset and had to leave with the silver, which is obviously quite good for most, but for world number 1, he would expect nothing less than gold. So this is his one chance to leave Tokyo 2020 with a gold medal, and if he wins this match here, he's done that for China, for Team China, and he will leave with a gold. Not much you can do about this. Unless he gets more aggressive on the receive, that serve was very spinny, deep to the corner, and the third ball attack just ended the point like that. It's always good if you can snap audibly as a commentator. He's got an amazing backhand shot. I can snap with my right hand. So we're pretty much even.
I find it interesting how these top-class players, every time a game nears to an end, start being really careful with this middle backspins.
It's funny, it's almost like a fear of making a mistake, playing not to lose, which is often ill-advised. From sports movies to sports themselves, it seems that the fortune favors the brave, and sometimes you really have to be bold. But yeah, both players playing more cautiously, as you mentioned. But that was a strong tomahawk attack from inside the table. Kim Jung-il saving his second game point in a row. Still a long way to go, favoring Tao Ningning.
Yeah, he's no doubt thinking, okay, I have the lead, I just have to bring it to a close now. Perhaps that's why some hesitation in trying to attack.
Well, it all comes to the way of Tao Ningning, the patience, the shot selection, and the success in game number 1, 11-5. Tao Ningning, world number 1 in class 5 over Kim Jung-il. World rank number 5 in class 4. It's a best of 5, so we've only just begun. We'll be back for game number 2, which is coming right up. And the players are back for game number 2. Tao Ningning of China, world rank number 1. The top of the screen with the serves. But Kim Jung-il on the receive, quality push. Start of the game hasn't been a problem for Kim. Oh, what a counterattack to the wide forehand. It comes in fast and spinny, and the heat only gets turned up on the counter.
Started off well for him in game 1 also, but then it was only these initial 3 points that he was able to really grab.
It's funny, a lot of people want to know, what is he saying? What does that mean? Chole chu. And from what I can tell you, it means nothing.
That's just a fighting call.
Right. I mean, of course it means something, like a grunt means something, but you wouldn't find it in the dictionary. In the table tennis dictionary, on the back of my shoes you might. Some say it's developed from different European shouts of yo, which might have come from ya. I mean, there's just so much speculation and interesting research done on cho, chole, chu. Some people think it comes from hao cho, meaning good shot in Chinese. But I think that's just what it sort of sounds a little bit like now, but not the origin. Big point here for Tao Ningning. They're being down quite a bit here in the beginning of the game. They come into the towel break, and it's only Tao Ningning toweling off. Or is it? Nope. Kim decides to join the towel party. BYOT, as they both did bring their own towels. Again, not too many rackets with that gold insignia on the bottom. for the specifics that they're using out here. So many different models of professional rackets. Good pressure, heavy spin, the placement just right. Again, at this level, there aren't many, in quotes, unforced errors.
And we're also seeing many less net balls or edge balls as we perhaps were in classes, let's say 1 and 2, even 3.
But this you would expect, right?
Yeah, because mostly the rubbers are different, and also the players sit higher.
A little bit off the top of the net here. A rare occasion for us, but a quick counter with these low shots. Sometimes for the players in the crowd, you feel like you're out there with them. Smacked back, a flatter shot, tough to control. The sound made it sound really flat, yet the ball comes up and out. So good, I'd say, use of the wrist. That very loose shot there from Kim Jung-gil. Scoreline looking quite interesting now.
Yeah, the same as in game 1, but turned around.
Loaded with spin, played well into the elbow here. Smart placement on that opening attack. It's funny, I know a lot of players, when they watch two choppers play against each other in different events, they don't feel that it's that exciting because maybe they don't appreciate the tactics. But in these push rallies, even though they're careful in quotes, they're both looking to chisel away and create an opportunity to put extra pressure on or find an attack.
Yeah, that's just it. In a sitting game, it's more difficult to find that space for a good topspin attack, since you can't just move your body away that well. So that's why we see more hesitation sometimes in opening up and just waiting for that really ideal opportunity. Also not to risk a comeback.
This was a good point here. Quite crucial, the difference between being 8-6 up and 9-5 with your serves here. Coach from the corner quite actively involved. Second one out wide. He tested him with the slow shot. Tao Ning from defense and placement to the offense wide as well. Closes it down just a little bit, narrows this deficit.
Very well planned first with the short balls, bringing him out of position and then attacking when he wasn't ready for a defense anymore.
So now things get quite interesting. Tension rises, the plot thickens here. It's Tao Ning with a chance to tie it up on his two serves. And that long serve looks like top and side, but maybe no top to be found on that side spin serve. 3 points on the trot. Tao Ning, one away from tying it up. Ooh, a dribbler off the top of the net, just scales it and crawls over the other side.
This is as unlucky as you can get
Well,
at the end of this game.
That is a glass half empty view of one player's perspective. That is as lucky as you can get at the end of this game for a Korean player who needs this game on the scoreboard now. And even recovering the net ball, the big attack from the middle, well played. Kim Jung-il takes his first game. So Kim Jung-il now tied up at 1 game apiece with the world #1 from a class above, literally class #5's world rank #1, Tao Ningning. Korea versus China. This gets really interesting. Stay right here. Game #3 coming right up. Back for game #3, the action. The momentum continues, maybe. We shall see. Good pressure here. Tao Ningning secures his point with that extra spin. Low to the net and loaded with spin. Tough to counter.
Yeah, he has to start well now, otherwise it's difficult to try and catch up throughout the entire game and coming off just short then at the end, like in game 2.
So you mentioned this before, Tao Ningning, the only player from Class 5 playing in this team contest.
Yeah, we have a good view here of how low his back lean is on the wheelchair, how great his upper body balance works.
So if you were in his position, being Class 5, 1 class above the rest, would you be trying to play more of a positioning game? Use your movement to your advantage?
Depends on the player, and also it's difficult for me to imagine this kind of advantage. Of course, I played in only class 3, and when I faced players who were lower than me, it was classes 1 and 2 who have other specifications to their games. But yeah, speed is something that you want to take advantage of, and Sao was successful a few times with moving Kim out of his position before attacking.
Now we've got a timeout here on the Korean side, a 3-point differential, and well, every game might feel like a must-win, but this match, if China wins it, they take the gold, so the Koreans fighting for their chance. Now, Kim Jung-il, the 35-year-old man in black for Korea, if he does pull this off, which is a very, I'd say, uphill battle, if he does pull it off, he's got a teammate with a dominant record, Kim Young-gun, waiting to play against Guo Xingyuan. Now, Guo Xingyuan versus Kim Young-gun. Again, Kim Young-gun has won 13 out of their 16 encounters. But that Chinese flag there, a flag that table tennis fans have seen flying high. It is such an honor to wear that flag on your shirt, because the competition to be here representing China at any of the most major events, which the Paralympics is coming up every 4 years or so, means that you have had to overcome an incredible amount of competition.
Minute is up, and time is running out for Kim to come back in this match as well.
So back from the timeout, we shall see how it affected him. Second serve and deep to the corner, a follow-up flat hit with the forehand.
Looks good.
So far it does look good. It looks like the timeout has helped, but we'll see at the end of the game if it actually played the role. You could see the lack of arc on the ball, a very straight shot, much flatter, tougher to counter or block back.
Yeah, and hit Cao in the arm exactly because he was expecting it to land somewhere else.
Subtle contact on the tomahawk serve, gets him top with his side spin. Main course side spin with the side of top. Now we're talking the lean and the wide wingspan, that reaching forehand counter. Very safe shot, that spinny shot, and a risky counterattack, but it paid off for Kim.
Speaking of safe.
And after all that concentration and safe play, it's a waiting game here, but the opening spin shot from Kim Jung-il. Watch him take the spin. Just a moment, he lifts the elbow, drops the racket head, and loads it with spin for the point.
I feel this has been Cao's MO throughout this entire match. And even in the doubles, whenever he felt a little bit of pressure from the other side, he just returned back to this middle to middle and waiting for better opportunities to attack. And more often than not, it didn't really pay off for him.
And a little fortune here off the top of the net to step up by one. I think it is a common reaction, a fear of missing, the cautious play.
Interestingly enough, it's now Kim the one who's trying to bring Cao out of balance and not the other way around as we would expect.
Yeah, it does seem, this is a pattern that we've seen though, where Cao spins the ball to the wide forehand and Kim knows that it opens up the angle, tries to sort of close the racket and hit it back fast for a winner wide. 2-point lead for China's Cao Ningning. It's not the first time we've seen this quick defensive play turn into an offensive shot. From the backhand in front of the body, Kim very strong with that spinny backhand. But this one caught in between. I think he slowed it down a little bit instead of that more aggressive forehand hit. He just tried to control the spin, which wasn't easy to control.
Yeah, it's sometimes also better to open up to the same side where the player played the pushes before, because they'll have more difficulties adjusting the angle of the racket on the return or on the defense.
Consistent throughout, Cao Ningning just keeping a nice steady pace on the parallel backhand. Again, it changes everything from this camera angle to really appreciate how fast and low the ball is moving. After all, you've got 9 feet between them from one end of the table to the next. It's got to be nearly 3 meters just in case you work with a logical metric system. And now it is 3 game points for Cao Ningning to take a 2-1 lead. Remember, best of 5, first player to win 3 games wins the match. Pivotal point here.
Rushed it on this one.
We've talked a lot about
trying to avoid that safe rally, perhaps.
Well, we've talked a lot about him playing safe under pressure, and maybe it's because he's simply done the research and the data says you know, I'm solid enough on the defense. I know that when I rush, it doesn't always work out in tense moments. I need to calm myself down and play cautiously.
Yeah, there it is again.
And it works out for him. 11-8. Tao Ning takes game number 3, a 2-1 lead, and China 1 game away from securing gold in the classes 4 and 5 men's team event. Stay right here to see if it happens. Game 4 could be the last, and it's coming right up. Back for game number 4, Tao Ning looking for gold. But Kim fighting for survival, needs to win this game, and then the deciding game number 5 to send this to a third and deciding match. Now, one thing that's also tough to appreciate when you're not on the table is the variation in the amount of backspin on these push shots. Placement is more obvious to read, but the spin is very subtle, very fast. Speaking of fast, a ripping shot out to the wide forehand. Kim pulling out the guns.
Another thing difficult to appreciate if you're not sitting right at the table, just how fast these white things keep coming back.
Oh, beautiful flick of the wrist from inside. That takes a lot of fitness to be able to generate this shot. Almost no telegraphing of what was to come. Just watches the ball and instead of pushing, last minute flips.
And it may look so easy, but that's just because it's done so well.
Right. Even competitive players, there are certain drills and certain shots here that they're executing perfectly under pressure that are really tough to repeat for other competitors.
A lot of that is simply instinct, but instinct based on hours and hours of training.
Kim in control of the scoreboard here, at least for the time being, with 2/3 of the first 6 points of the first towel break. Again, if you're just joining the program, towels are only allowed to be used every 6 points. Unless, of course, there's a sweat squad call or something else stalling, keeping them from playing. A little bit of shadow boxing out here, a little bit of rehearsal before the point. Kim with 2 serves to come. This one hits the hand, which is allowed. It's just tougher to control, not the preferred shot.
Yeah, but if you make it, it's also more difficult for your opponent because they'll have no idea what kind of spin or energy is in it.
Funny you mentioned that. I actually was able to win a team tournament event in Vietnam, accidentally serving off my hand. In my head, I thought, oh no! And as you mentioned, it was tough to read, and the opponent missed, and my team won the match. Quick off the bounce, Cao Ningning finds that quick reactionary angle. To think so quickly to even make the shot, let alone the positioning here. Comes in quick, clearly to the forehand, barely any backswing. Cao Ningning, the fitness to drive that forward with almost no backswing. I mean, you can see it every shot he plays. He is very physically fit.
Yeah, and this was just after his serve return, so it was probably a well-trained combination.
That's one of the advantages of serving. It's the only shot in table tennis where you can determine for sure what you want to do. At least you're not reacting to someone else's shot. You're just tossing it and hitting it. To put it simply. 5 points apiece. Kim with the serves now. That is one of the most physical and fast rallies I've seen in days. On the lean, the covers right back into the body.
Yeah, and special attention to Cao's recovery after the first topspin. That's where this upper body balance and speed is on display.
I was watching his wheels. They came off the ground about 3 times in a row. Cao Ningning, very physical play. And a good angle here, the backhand from the middle to the wide corner. Kim now up by 2. Again, it's his back against the ropes. He must win this game or it is over. And a silver medal, definitely not bad. Clearly quite amazing at this level, but for the Korean team, they can upgrade that here. This is the fight for gold. As soon as I see Cao Ningning start to lift the racket from the wrist side, he's trying to impart a little bit of side spin to sacrifice the underspin and earn himself that attacking shot. And Kim can feel it too. Controls it, keeps it low, and stays near the table for positioning and takes the point.
But was just a little bit too tense in the upper arm and the shoulder region to make this topspin a perfect one.
You could hear the reaction here from Kim. A tough way to lose a point. A little bit away from the table, pushing cautiously. So maybe a brief moment of regret, but he'll have to put it behind him. Both players right now focused on what to do on the next point. Smart placement to go parallel here. He had his opponent, Kim, set up on the forehand side, and Cao Ningning says, I'm going to shorten this shot up a little bit. He earned himself a high enough ball. Didn't go for a kill, just spun it for placement.
Yeah, oftentimes that was enough in the previous points, but not this time. One can't count on a player like Cao to make those forehand mistakes one after the other.
Here it felt like Kim was just a little bit farther behind the table, so the timing was tougher. The ball had dropped a little bit. Might need to make sure that he wheels back in to stay close and capture that valuable real estate right at the back of the table. Fast exchange on the parallel, big point, Kim. As a spectator, regardless of who wins this, it would be fascinating to see it to come down to game number 5. Great moments of suspense still potentially to come. Cao Ningning trying to finish it here. Just long in the pushing game, the patient play, the controlled hands. It's Cao Ningning at the third towel break with the momentum, but they're tied up dead even at 9 points apiece.
Cao finally switched a little bit from side to side in his pushes, and it paid off with this extra pressure. Great length on all of them.
He will go to great lengths. Oh, blasts past. That smoking shot, flat and fast, as furious as can be, to the deep corner. Kim taking a risk again. Not much security without the top spin that, say, Cao's been putting on, but it is game point now for the Korean, Kim Jung-il. And the service does it. We are going to the decider. So grab that healthy beverage, your snacks, and tell your friends where they need to be. Game number 5, the decider, Korea versus China, coming right up.
Here it is, game number 5 in this urgently to win match for Korea.
China here, led by Cao Ningning at the table. World number 1 in class 5, taking the point to the wide forehand. Again, if Cao Ningning wins this, China takes the gold. But if Kim Jung-il wins this, we go to one more match to decide. And it'll be Kim Young-gun, who has a dominant record over Guo Xingyuan of China. But you never know. China is always the team to beat where table tennis is.
Yeah, and Cao was the favorite here, but he's having quite some trouble.
Although it seems that he really raised his game on that last shot. Spin and speed. Not a point dropped yet for this man on a mission, Cao Ningning.
Wants that gold back, even if it is in the team event instead of in the singles, where he won in Rio.
Yeah, you don't have to answer to anybody when you have a gold Paralympic medal around your neck. People aren't like, oh, was that teams or singles? Was that doubles? Was that class 5 or was it class 3? It's a gold medal.
Yeah, and again, unfortunately for him, China, a country with so many gold and other medals in para-table tennis, that it's probably really the gold that counts.
Right, China's been very strong in the medal count all around. Table tennis, very fertile soil for medals.
Yeah, 99 para-table tennis medals before this event, and they've taken quite a few in the singles. as well.
Are you telling me that this would be the 100th medal for China in para table tennis at Tokyo 2020?
Oh, no, because the singles medals that they've won here were not yet taken into account.
Got it. So they switch sides as it is the deciding game. And one player reached 5 points. That player continues. It is trouble now. Kim Jong-il, again, this is a fight for survival. But the Chinese team willing their player on. The importance they understand right now, how important this game is. Could be the difference between gold and silver for the Chinese men.
And if Cao loses, it could kill the advantage that they got by winning that doubles match, which was 3-love. But actually, that score doesn't convey how close it was.
Well, Kim with a few points here. I would probably call a timeout shortly.
I wouldn't say that's the worst idea.
Say it again?
I wouldn't say that's the worst idea.
Well, apparently neither would the team. Second worst idea, possibly, but it's better than the worst. So they're going to have a little conversation here. 3 points in the lead still for Cao Ningning. It's nice to be able to call a timeout while your player still has a fairly significant advantage on the scoreboard.
Yeah, it's not just that, it's also to kind of break momentum for Kim, because you don't want him to develop on that.
Right, I mean, Kim's getting more confidence as he goes. Strategically, he's finding some answers. And it is a bit of a, I don't know if I'd say a zero-sum game, but a tug of war in the sense that as one player gains confidence, the other player often loses it because he can feel that his opponent is getting more confidence. And that's a bit intimidating, or makes you sort of second guess some of your shots.
It's enough pressure as it is in Game 5 in a Paralympic final. And here all the matches really close, so each one can be the one that can decide between gold and silver.
Well, we'll see back from the timeout. Receiver Cao Ningning of China still in the lead. 3 serving 6 for Kim Jong-il. Oh, the cautious play of Cao Ningning is back, and a good ripping attempt, but it catches the edge of the racket from Kim Jong-il. So a 4-point lead now. Timeout, first point right back. And 2 in a row out of the timeout. Cao Ningning getting closer and closer to bringing the gold medal home to China. A few here that have kicked up and caught the edge of the racket. That is an excellent serve, a kick serve that jumps on the second bounce as it speeds up with that top spin.
That was a few pretty quick and easy points now for Cao, which no doubt takes the pressure off, and he now only needs 2 and can play a little bit more safe again.
He definitely has the wiggle room. Kim on the other side serving down 3-9. Right idea here, but the placement. Cao Ningning sets up game, match, and gold medal point for China. Ooh, just long. Gold medal point saved. Kim still hanging on and fighting to bring the Koreans a chance Long way to go. 6 gold medal points left for Cao Ningning.
And he serves.
And that does it. The tomahawk serve, side and topspin. China takes the gold. Cao Ningning lifted completely out of the chair. The celebrations here, the passion, the excitement. Another gold medal for China. And for Cao Ningning, it is the gold medal he will take alongside Guo Xingyuan. These two men with coach Zhang Yan. The team right now is on cloud 9. What a performance, and the Koreans really gave it a good fight.
Yeah, and to be quite honest, we don't see the Chinese as excited as they are here, even when winning gold.
Yeah, that's a good sign. I think that's more credit to the Korean men. The fact that it was such a mountain to climb for these Chinese men, that the opposition was so strong. Zhang Yan giving the thumbs up there to the opponent, Kim Jong-il.
And that flag coming on the court.
It is the most recognizable flag in table tennis, and we will get to hear the most recognizable national anthem in table tennis modern history. Flag flies high and proud. Team China, Zhongguo Dui, Jiao. So a proud moment indeed. Thumbs up, fists clenched, celebrations here. Classes 4 and 5, the champions of the Paralympic Games at Tokyo 2020. Stats on screen, 50 points to 39 in the decider. A 36-stroke rally, a match that took so long it couldn't even be measured in minutes. That's what I like to think. And mentally, just an exhausting test.
As was this entire tournament for these men who played in the finals of their singles events as well. And now it's finally over for them, this 5 long years old long period, and bringing it to a close with a gold medal is of course the best possible way. Also to move forward to Paris, which isn't that far away anymore.
It's exciting to think about being here, but at the same time, there's still so much action left. And considering the state of everything, many didn't know what would happen, if it would happen, when it would happen, but if it would happen, and it is happening right now, we are witnessing live the biggest stage for sports in the world. And there it is, a recap of what happened. China with a 3-0 victory in the doubles to set the stage, but a strong fight. Now, interestingly enough, from an upset standpoint, more upsets happen in the doubles. So this was a very impressive singles match. Kim Jong-il brought to the table here, but Cao Ningning, the only player from Class 5 and the world #1, showing what he's made of, pulling through and taking it home for Team China.
And that's definitely something we do not see very often, a Chinese coach in tears.
Well, tears of joy and celebration. Very emotional moment here.
We start with
Takes a lot of sacrifice, a lot of hard work, and the suspense, no question about it. This very much could have gone either way.
And these 3 men now only get to enjoy the rest of the Chinese players who will still be playing in their team finals.
So you can too. Stick around to watch and enjoy. You're watching Tokyo 2020, the Paralympic Games.
1位26歳マオ・ジンディアン選手登場します。
So to get to this stage, to the final, the gold medal match, People's Republic of China beat Germany in the quarter-final and France in the semi-final, both were 2-0. Now Netherlands, seeded 2, they beat Norway 2-0 in the quarter-final and RPC 2-1 in the semi-final. They're represented in this doubles by Frederik van Hout, 20-year-old, world rank 17 in class 8. She won bronze in the Spanish and Dutch Opens. Kelly Van Zon, 33-year-old, world ranking number 1 in class 7, won gold in class 7 here in the Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games.
対するオランダです。ケリー・ボンゾン選手出てきます。この東京でも金メダル獲得しましたね。世界ランクこのクラス1位33歳、現在のパラリンピックチャンピオンでもあります。そして組むのが若干こちらも20歳、ランキングは17位ですが、フレデリーク・バンハウス選手2020年銅メダルを2つヨーロッパの大会で獲得しています。なおこの両チーム、中国は準決勝でフランスに対して勝利しまして勝ち進んできました。一方オランダは準決勝 RPC を2対1で破って決勝進出です。
So here we go then with our second final of the day. The women's team's class 6 to 8, People's Republic of China seeded 1 against Netherlands seeded 2.
シード1位2位同士の対戦になりました。中華人民共和国対オランダ、この後間もなく試合開始です。
So the first match goes to People's Republic of China. Mao Jingdayan and Huang Wenjuan winning 3-0, 11-2, 11-7, 11-6.
さあ中華人民共和国対オランダの一戦、最初のダブルスはあっという間に中国が持っていきました。3対0で制しました。
So we follow with potentially two singles, Mao Jingdayan and Frederic van Hoof coming up next, and then the potential third match would feature Huang Wenjuan and Kelly Van Zon. Let's talk about the athletes first and foremost.
続いてはシングルスになります。オランダからは若干20歳、フレデリック・バンハウス選手登場します。対するはマオ・ジンディアン選手、中華人民共和国です。
So Mao Jingdan, representing People's Republic of China, she's now treble Paralympic champion from London, Rio and now Tokyo 2020. She's also the current world champion from 2018 in Sweden, having previously won gold in Beijing in 2014. In 2019, she was the Asian champion. She came away with 2 gold medals, one for the singles and one for the teams, and the same result from 2017 and singles gold in 2015. At the Asian Games in 2018, she also won gold. Her motto is to be the first. Well, she certainly lives up to that. 26-year-old is world ranked number 1.
一番になるそのモットー通り、今ランクナンバーワン、中華人民共和国マオ・ジンディアン選手26歳です。個人でもこの東京でチャンピオンになりまして、ロンドン、リオと続けて取っています。世界選手権でも2014年、18年金メダル、数々の輝かしい成績を残しています。中華人民共和国マオ・ジンディアン選手です。
Her opponent, representing Netherlands, is Frederic van Hoof. Last year, she competed in Girona and won bronze in the Costa Brava Open, and that followed a bronze in her first tournament a year earlier in the Netherlands. 20-year-old is world ranked 17.
対しますはオランダからフレデリック・バンハウス選手です。20歳、ランキングは17位。笑顔も見えますね。 2020年ヨーロッパの大会で銅2つを取っています。2019年遡ってオランダの大会でも銅を取ってますが、さあこの東京でどんな活躍を見せてくれるでしょうか。
Victory to Mao Jingdan 3-0, 11-3, 11-2, 11-4.
ご覧のようにシングルスマオ・ジンリャン選手が3対0で取りました。
So we have our second gold medal match victory confirmed as the women's team class 6 to 8, winner of the gold medal match, the People's Republic of China.
というわけで女子団体クラス6 to 8も勝者は中華人民共和国でした。
So our next matchup doesn't start until 1 p.m. 1 p.m. is the women's team class 1 to 3 gold medal match, and that will be followed by our 3 victory ceremonies of the morning into afternoon session. The 2 matches, of course, that have just been completed, and then the match that's about to come. So all 3 medal ceremonies will follow after the match at 1 o'clock. The women's team class 1 to 3.
この後ですが1時スタート予定で女子団体1、2、3の決勝戦を行います。これまた中華人民共和国対大韓民国のカードになっています。その後今朝のこの午前中の3試合続けて表彰式も控えています。
So I don't know about you, but one of my favourite pastimes is trivia, and there's always a bit of trivia around games, and this game is no exception whatsoever. So if you want to pass a little bit of time and test your knowledge, look towards the video screen right now, and let's have a look at some trivia around Paralympic Games Tokyo 2020.
ではこの後の1時開始予定の試合の前にここで一つスクリーンにご注目いただきましょう。パラリンピックについてどれぐらいご存知でしょうか。パラリンピックに関するトリビアです。
So we're on day 9 here of competition at the Tokyo Metropolitan Gymnasium, and we tend to, in our position, only see table tennis. However, there's plenty of action going on around Tokyo and the Paralympic Games. So if you look to the video boards right now, we're going to show you some action from yesterday.
さあ9日目を迎えています卓球会場ですが、いよいよ明日10日目1日残すのみとなっておりますが、パラリンピック競技大会も各会場でさまざまなドラマが生まれています。昨日のハイライトをここでご覧いただきましょう。スクリーンにご注目ください。
And Paya is going to take it across the line. Pongsakorn Paya in first. And it has been confirmed as a Paralympic record, 14.30. The 18-year-old from Thailand has picked up a Paralympic gold, beating the great Leo Pekatati.
Astonishing what our athletes are doing at these games in terms of breaking records by big margins. And Afrouz has done likewise.
It's Qatar and Zhu. Who's going to get it first? It's Zhu who gets it. And adds to that 1,500-metre goal that she's already picked up.
The champion from London and Rio is the champion in Tokyo.
The gold goes the way of Germany.
The final time that Daniel Diaz will be out of the pool. He bids farewell. Brazil loves him. The world loves him. He has been a grand Paralympic ambassador. He finishes 4th in his final race, but take nothing away from what he has achieved. The two swimmers caught between strokes. Belendrito might touch first, indeed, in world record time. The gold medalist, defending champion, world record holder, takes out her own world record in the sensational swim for Canada. It's an outrageous swim. The German is going to win in world record time. Taliso Engel ahead. Fantin and Glock going head-to-head with Crispin. It's going to be Fantin in world record time. Dorsman is going straight for the wall. Is he going to touch first? He goes smashing into the touchpad. That is a phenomenal swim for his 3rd gold medal of these games.
One of the great performances, one of the great displays. Stand up, America. Be proud of your champion.
The world champion, the time trial champion, and now the road race champion from the Netherlands, Mitch Verlees.
The winner of the triathlon, the winner of the individual pursuit, and today the winner of the men's H4 road race, it goes to Jets Plaat of the Netherlands. Jeanette Janssen will take the gold medal for the Netherlands in the women's H1 to 4 road race.
Adam Peška from the Czech Republic becomes his country's first ever boccia Paralympic champion. Sugimura Hidetaka from Japan becomes his country's very first boccia Paralympic champion. In Tokyo, from the silver to the gold. David Smith going for that power shot. Fully expect him to do so.
Too strong for the Aussies at this point in time. Those winners, big difference.
It's gold for the Netherlands. It's gold for the youngsters. Sam Schroeder and Niels Vink take the gold in the quads double.
Natasha Hiltrop proudly with that gold medal and that Paralympic title.
Was always at the top of the pile and a very, very richly deserved gold medal.
Natalia Partika seals it. That will do it. That is a fine win for Zhao Shui and Peng Weinan.
Outstanding performance. That first game was very close.
US trying to create an opportunity, but the pressure's good from the Turks, but the shot's even better. Spain are the winners here. They defeat Germany in a thriller, 71 to 68.
It's going to be Great Britain, the world champions, on the way to the semifinals here in Tokyo. Will it be Japan, Spain, Great Britain, or will it be USA?
And Japan are through to the semi-finals of Tokyo 2020.
And she does it! Brazil are through to the semi-final.
Team USA are cruising 24-15. She goes down the center, and there it is. Candidates are through to the semi-final.
Best rally of the match so far, probably the first one really. Oh, the crispness, the angles.
So we're not too far away now, just 12 minutes away from our next match, which is the women's team class 1 to 3 gold medal match. In the meantime, let's look to the video board once again and look at some highlights from yesterday's action here in the Tokyo Metropolitan Gymnasium.
この後間もなく1時開始予定で女子団体クラス1、2、3の決勝戦行われますが、その前に一つ昨日この会場で行われました卓球のハイライト映像をご覧いただきましょう。スクリーンにご注目ください。
On table 5, men's team
Slovakia! スロバキア
On table 5, men's teams class 4 to 5 are from Japan.
日本、五十嵐久美子、伊庭陽子。
On table 5,
テーブル5。
On Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the athletes for the women's team class 1 to 3 gold medal match.
女子団体クラス1、2、3決勝戦選手入場です。
Team People's Republic of China
中華人民共和国
Konnichiwa and irashaimase. Hello and welcome to Tokyo 2020, the Paralympic Games. This is table tennis, and we have a battle for gold in the women's team classes 1 through 3 competition. It'll be China versus Korea. China on screen in the upper right corner there in front of their flag will be represented by, no one will be renting anything out here except for maybe some portable Wi-Fi. They'll be represented by Xue Juan and Li Qian, two of the top 4 in the world, both in class 3. And representing Korea, in the middle we have Seo Soo-yeon. On the left we have Yoon Ji-yoo, and on the right Lee Mi-gyu. Lee Mi-gyu and Yoon Ji-yoo will be playing. Yoon Ji-yoo, 20 years old, world rank number 3, and Lee Mi-gyu, 32 years old, world rank number 6. And Seo Soo-yeon will be there for support for the team. Interesting battle we have to come.
Yeah, bronze medalists in team from Rio, already making one step further towards the top with participating in this final. But on the other side, China, 3-time consecutive Paralympic champions in team, also with the singles champion on their squad, facing on these 2 Koreans who have both won bronze in singles in women's class 3.
So for those of you just joining the program, the team format is the first team to win 2 matches. The first match will be doubles. The following 2 will be singles should you need a second singles match. The coin toss will determine who serves and where the players start. Coin is flipped. It appears China won the toss.
So let's take a closer look at the...
So we will find out where the players start and who serves. In terms of doubles, we see more upsets in the doubles game than in any other aspect of the team competition. Singles a little bit more straightforward, whereas doubles It has a lot to do with the pairing and how you partner with your teammate. Everyone having some good laughs out here before the game faces are fully on. It is a bit of pleasure. No one's going to walk away with less than a silver here, so that's not too bad. But again, if you're three-time and defending gold medalists in the team events, a silver would be a bit of a disappointment, really.
In each match that you start, you want to win anyway. So much more so for the Chinese team. Three-time reigning champions, lots of singles golds around their necks, and a little bit of a disaster probably should they lose this final. However, Koreans have proven to be strong opponents, but this is the last match for all of them in this long tournament, so I'm sure they'll try to enjoy it as much as possible and these last moments in the Tokyo Metropolitan Arena.
So the reason you saw them checking the equipment here is because it's so important to know exactly what your opponent is using when they contact the ball. Different rubbers have different effects, creating different amounts of spin, different speeds, throw angles. Now, if you're newer to table tennis, those bumps that look like Legos that you can see on the black side of the racket there, those are called pips or pimples, depending on what part of the world you're from. The longer the pips, the more defensive the rubber tends to be, depending on the thickness of the sponge underneath. So in the lower classes, classes 1 and 2, and occasionally in 3, you'll see these used very defensively for slowing the ball down, sometimes reversing the spin that comes in. But players learn how to be aggressive even with their defensive rubbers. The smooth rubber, where the pips or pimples are inverted, they're turned inwards. Those smooth rubbers are used for speed and spin. So more so, let's say, the spin control game. It's a more traditional rubber. It offers you a bit more security so you can arc the ball and attack it from down low.
And here we'll have 4 players each using their own pimpled rubber, so this should be quite interesting in rallies, alternating between topspin, backspin, no spin during one rally, really.
So you can keep track the red side, and that is Yoon Ji-yu on the right, Lee Mi-gyu on the left with the glasses. So you can tell by the way she contacts it for Lee Mi-gyu that it's the black side of the racket that has the pips, more defensive like a shield. And it is Lyudmila Gryaznova of Russia, our umpire for the match. All officials here, international blue badge umpires, the top of the game. On the other side of the table, Maria Ferreira from Brazil, assistant umpire, will be keeping track of score and time for the warm-ups. She's not disagreeing with anyone, just watching the ball. With that seat, that tends to be what it looks like. Have you ever seen a video of a cat watching people play table tennis?
No, I do quite enough of watching table tennis myself.
Interesting. You might think I do as well, but I guess I just have an insatiable appetite. I'm going to look up the words in the English language here. Anyway.
Would make sense that you're a cat person, yes.
I'm actually allergic, but I've seen a lot of viral videos of them. I think they tend to get involved jumping back and forth over the table or playing themselves. A few rule changes that, in case you're newer to wheelchair table tennis. First of all, classifications are made based on the severity of the impairment. The classes are 1 through 11. 11 for intellectual impairments, classes 6 through 10. Physical impairments, classes 1 through 5 are seated, players in wheelchairs. So this class is 1 through 3. All players in these matches are class 3, which means the most mobile of classes 1 through 3. They do not need to alternate shots. It's a best of 5. First pair to win 3 games wins the match. A lot of pips in this point, but an outstanding rally to start.
Yeah, that's what was to be expected, and right from the start we saw some attempts to place the ball there long in the middle between the 2 players, as it's a sore spot, and it takes a snap decision every time on which of the players will take it. trying to avoid, of course, a situation where they would both swing for it or none of them would.
Yeah, often when we talk about the middle in singles, we're talking about the elbow, the crossover point between the forehand and the backhand, but here also the middle of the table.
And again, here a disadvantageous situation for the Chinese pair, with one of them being left-handed, the other right-handed. Causes even more of a clash when they both have their playing arm in the middle, and even more of a empty space when they both have their non-playing arms there.
Good topspin from the baseline, using the spinny side of the racket and the extra wrist action for that spin. So a solid start for the Koreans. 5 of the first 7 points now, a 3-point lead.
Yes, we've pointed out the most upsetting matches have happened in the doubles, and oftentimes the individually best players are not also making up the best pair for the doubles.
But this receive leaves a bit too open of a third ball attack here. Li Chen at the peak, ball just above shoulder height, is able to hit that away for a winner. Now, another rule that I haven't yet mentioned, players they can cross the line in the middle of the table, reaching, but they can't put their wheelchair across the extension of that middle line on the table.
And you will notice they switch positions after the server has made both their serves. So you'll always have the same person serving to the same receiver in a game.
I think we've talked through every point so far. Tight exchange here. They're having some long rallies.
With the slower pace and that many pimples, that is maybe to be expected.
So control game out here. China within 2, serves on their side. Quick finish. That backhand topspin of Yoon Ji-Yoo has been very effective in the last few points. Nice decision here, the finisher. It's always tough. You can see them trying to figure out who should go for the ball, sometimes both swinging. But taking the initiation, leaning in for that, that's a powerful shot from Lee Mi-gyu.
Yeah, that's the advantage of this, or disadvantage of this middle, and you can see here the both Chinese player, one left-handed, one four-handed. It's even more of a confusion than for the other two.
Right now, for me, the stable shot and the critically, I'd say, reliable shot is that backhand, that extra bit of topspin from the inverted rubber, Yoon Ji-Yoo.
Yeah, just putting pressure on the pimples for as long as it takes to open up.
So only one game point needed. Korea takes game one, 11 points to 6. A very strong performance over the three-peat, back-to-back-to-back gold medalists, Team China. We'll see what happens in game two. Stay right here. Players back to the table for game 2. Now they will switch the order of play so that the player who's responding to a shot is now responding to a shot from a different player than in game 1. See if that changes things up a bit. It's a pretty cool blue hoodie there. Different Chinese uniforms. We've seen the pink, we've seen the red, but the baby blue for the hoodie, looking fresh.
A bit untypical, yes.
Yeah, I can't think of the last time. When's the last time I can remember? I don't know, can you recall the Chinese team wearing baby blue?
No, but the ladies have been wearing baby pink, so maybe that's an expansion.
Perfect placement down the middle of the table. So I think this isn't a bad exchange rate on the receive to be splitting. After all, a bit of an advantage on serves. Now you told me this from experience and we saw it on screen, but Li Qian's serves are very tough to handle.
Yeah, they are. I was going to mention this, but both of them actually strong servers, the Chinese. But this is unfortunately for them the kind of thing that can't be taken advantage of that much in the doubles, as you have the trajectory of the ball determined, as well as the receiver can cover, well, basically all of the space in which you can hit the ball with the serve.
Right.
So it's not that much of an advantage. It will probably more so in the individual games.
Right, just a reminder, in doubles you can only serve to half of the table. It must be cross court from the right side to the opponent's right side. So 3 points apiece, first towel break, neither side going for the towel. But the speed here, that's what the serves look like speed-wise. I feel like it's that much more important to be specific because you're only dealing with half of the table, but you can still hit wide to the elbow.
Yeah, and the elbow position here is the one to shot at as long as possible, not over the table, of course.
Now that was nice. Xue Zhuan leading out of the way. She says, I know I've got my lefty's forehand waiting here in the middle. Just gets out of the way and makes some space for Li Qian to power through.
Yep.
Good positioning here. The Korean jamming up Li Qian, hitting it right into the body on the elbow there.
Yeah, just a little bit more to the body than the previous shot was, and it makes all the difference.
Well, service game is starting to become effective here. Both of the Chinese players using those fast, long serves right to the baseline. Good block, good defense from Li Migyu. Very fluid shot here with that backhand. We saw it in game 1 being sort of a VIP shot.
Set up the opportunity with her serve.
These are the tough ones to get away. When you have a little height on the ball, no confusion about who's taking it, but still quite deep. Yeah, you can see from that shot the way it crosses the net isn't outrageously high. Good placement back into the middle to cause a little confusion for the Chinese pair. Score-wise, just 1 point in front now, the Koreans. And a taste of her own medicine here with that fast, long serve.
Yeah, and right into the elbow too with the pimples. Perfect.
Team China leveling the scoreboard once again, 9 points apiece. And the serves are on their side, which, as we know, has been a big advantage for them. But irony, it's a question of timing. It's when you least expect it that irony pops its head out, says, surprise! So an omiyage is game point for the Korean pair. 2 quick points, and the Korean women go up 2-0 over the defending gold medalists for the last 3 Paralympic Games. China with a rough start here, and it'll be an uphill battle, but the Korean women looking strong and making this quite interesting. Game number 3 coming right up. Players back to the table. The Korean fan club in the crowd reminding their players that they need to keep going. They've got 2 games, but it's not over yet. Lee Chen, 2 persistent forehand attacks on the parallel.
Absolutely necessary for the 2 Koreans to take this double if they want to have a chance in the match.
Service warning here related to the toss. The height of the toss must be at least 16 centimeters, the height of the net.
Now the 2 Chinese players had a lot of problems in their semi-final with lifting themselves from the chair and the cushion too much. Especially the player on your screen before, Xue Juen, had been warned and penalized a number of times. But we haven't seen this so far in this match, especially because the Koreans don't tend to shorten wide out all too much. Might come up in the individual though.
It's funny, Xue Juen right there. I remember her getting, I'd say, more vocal in response to the calls, but I also remember a good 3 points in a row nearly for Lee Chen getting called. She is the smaller of the 2 players, so a little bit less reach, the left-handed player.
Yeah, it takes her even more lean and reach to get to those short balls, of course, since she's shorter. But yeah, it can only go as far as it's allowed.
Rules in place for a reason, to keep things fair out here. Score-wise, though, the Chinese pair with a very different, well, situation on the scoreboard than the last 2 games. So Korea up 2-1 in games, but down 1-5 in points.
Yeah, they were good in cover in the middle now, the Chinese, but then just a bit too much hesitation on that attack.
I feel like we've seen a lot more aggression in general from the Chinese pair, shutting down that backhand that we've seen from Yoon Ji-yoo.
They needed to do it. Love 2 is the last chance to switch the system.
Yoon Ji-yoo very well calculated. She turns the racket just right. Again, when you've got less spin coming in, you need to keep a more open racket to keep the ball out of the net. Speaking of which, let's service.
That was a bit too far out for Li Qian. A bit too close to the elbow for Xue Juan.
Good recovery here from Xue Juan. You could see the thinking on the Korean side. Bring her in over the table and then send her right back to the baseline. Force her to get in position again quickly.
Yeah, because oftentimes you think, okay, move the player as much as possible from left to right, but it's also from short to long or the other way around.
Right, the in and out game, a very important aspect to be taken advantage of here and considered at any moment. Oh, what defense from Xue Juan. Very nice after that big forehand shot came back deep to the corner. Look how low it was returned to the net. And again with backspin on it off the pips. It's a big point for China. The difference between being up 8-5 and 7-6 at this point.
Lots of pressure now from Xue Juan with her backhand pimpled rubber. But yeah, this last one was just a bit too forced.
Now, Yoon Ji-yoo has used this shot very effectively, that spinny backhand. But right at the baseline of the table, it sneaks under. Good depth on the shot from Team China. So 4 game points, the Chinese women now with their opportunity to continue this match and send it into game number 4. Quite patient play from the Korean pair, although that last backhand an opportunity to put some more pressure on. But not here, 11-7. The Chinese pair extend the match. Xue Juan and Li Qian take their first game. They're on the scoreboard now, down 1-2 against Korea's Yoon Ji-yoo and Lee Mi-gyu. Game number 4 coming right up.
The ball is missing at the start of game number 4.
I can't imagine that's the issue, though.
So they have to clear out also which team has the serve and which is the right receiver.
Well, the team that has the serve is Korea. They will alternate receivers. Was that what the discussion was? Just trying to figure out who the receiver was?
Yeah, I think the umpire just wanted to make sure everything was as it should be.
Well, good. Everything as it should be now. And for the Koreans, still as it should be. They take the point outright on a serve. Remember, they're leading 2-1 in this very crucial opening match of the team tie.
Li Xian didn't do too well in her singles, while Xue Juan won. So once again, it could actually be this double match that decides the overall.
The Korean corner and the contingent here in the crowd, very passionate as they tend to be, that fighting spirit. So first point after a 3-point run from the Koreans, the Chinese pair on the scoreboard. Xue Juan now on the receive. Remember, Xue Juan defending a 2-time back-to-back gold medalist. Outstanding defense. Xue Juan with that block early in the rally. Anticipates perfectly. Good coverage of the middle from the Chinese pair.
Yeah, great defense on both of their sides.
So with the first towel break dead even, Korea versus China. Not a point between them here in game 4. Good placement right on that line.
That was the most difficult shot to make for Li Xian.
A timeout on the Chinese side. It's a 2-point lead for the Korean pair. If you're newer to table tennis, each side gets 1 timeout per match, so China is pulling their lifeline now. One other thing I'd like to point out that you actually made quite clear to me is that balance is so important. And for players that have minimal use of their legs, in some cases none at all, that their balance is very difficult to regain, so they'll often push up off the table, having to spill out for the shots.
Yeah, you can observe this a lot during the doubles as well. It's basically after every shot, the arm will land on the table, as opposed to with a person who would have complete control over their upper body. That would be unnecessary.
I feel very privileged to have your demonstrations here. It was very nice of you to show me exactly sort of the limitations and where balance comes from, but it does sort of put things in perspective to think about how much extra work it is for the upper body to regain balance and play these long rallies shot after shot.
And that's also why switching from short shots to long ones is an efficient tactic, especially in the doubles, because you can't switch too much between left and right of a player, because the other player will pick it up.
You might have noticed in that point that Li Xian was swinging at every ball that was anywhere near the middle just in case. It's a great habit you and I have seen it a few times where one player thought the other had it and vice versa, and the ball just sails through the doors.
Yeah, perhaps the one small advantage of the left-handed player having her forehand in the middle in this position, because she can just stay with her arm behind the right-handed player and wait in case she doesn't go for the shot.
It'd be a funny trick tactic to like have a dummy swing, you know?
Yeah. More often than that, it confuses the opponent, yeah, when both of the players go for the shot and you just don't know which one actually took it.
Good pressure from Li Qian and placement as well to the deep corner. The fast long serve, the Chinese women up by 2. A strong combination of points there. Remember, for China, this is a must-win to send it to the decider, and for Korea, this is a chance to take the first match.
Yeah, it would take a lot of pressure off China if they won this doubles match. Xue Juan isn't expected to lose her individual or single match, so.
The shot before this was right to the baseline, but seemed to catch the edge of the table. Normally you'd see some acknowledgement for the fortune. I think right now there's just incredible focus on getting every point possible. Quite a runaway here. Is it 5-5? Is that 5 points in a row now for the Chinese pair?
Yeah, I think so.
So 5 game points to send it to the decider. But this one sits up a bit, and that backhand has been quite reliable. Yoon Ji-yoo. See the way she just strikes over the ball, brushes the top of it there. Give it that top spin. 1 game point saved, 4 to go. Deep on the table here with the knuckling shot. China's already used its timeout. Otherwise, you might see one right about now. Ooh. This makes things interesting.
Yeah, but it should be enough now with Li Qian's serve. Oh, well.
Should is always such an interesting word. I wouldn't disagree with you. I think the Korean women are making this incredibly suspenseful here. 1 more game point for Team China. Oh, the push finds the net and they escape 11-9, a narrow margin escape. So you know what that means. Grab those healthy snacks and beverages and tell your friends where they need to be. Tuned in right here because Game 5, the decider, is coming right up.
to receive. If game 10 to serve.
It's where we want to be. Game number 5, the final game of the match. China with the momentum and the serves.
And also the psychological advantage. They were down love 2, and the pressure definitely on Korea now. They are also the ones who possibly need this doubles win more, since it will be the old and new Paralympic champion in class 3 taking on the next single for China.
Li Qian has been outstanding from the middle of the table with that forehand and mixing up her shots, but using the length where she can. And now we've got the timeout on the Korean side.
Now she did it really well here because it wasn't perfectly positioned, the ball, to take that shot.
Now, just to give you some context here, in case you're hungry, we've got some food for thought. If Korea wins this match, coming up next is Xue Juan versus Yoon Ji-yoo. Now, Yoon Ji-yoo and Xue Juan have played 6 times, and 4 of those have gone to Xue Juan, but she is the gold medalist here and in Rio in class 3, Xue Juan. So that would be a very uphill battle. One more reason why Korea really needs this. And in the closing spot, should it come to a deciding 3rd match and 2nd singles, it would be world rank number 4 versus world rank number 6, Li Qian versus Lee Mi-gyu. Now their head-to-head made my computer nearly explode. It couldn't process that request. So who knows, but Li Qian, no question about it, with a gold medal in Beijing and world ranking of number 4, we know is tough. That was a big escape right out of the timeout. And now a 4-0 lead. First attack blocked comfortably. Second one inside the net, just a little bit away from the table there on the lean.
Yeah, and this is a balance thing when you're sitting so far away from the table in the lower classes, and then push your upper body forward. The lower part of your body will go backwards, and that actually makes you move away from the table even more.
So it's tough to attack 2 in a row near the table, is what you're saying?
Yes, and especially away from the table.
So how is it, sometimes we see players make a few attacks in a row, they must do something special to make sure that their body doesn't back up when they lean in for that first attack?
Well, you of course practice that as much as possible, and also always in the match do as much as you can to not be marginalized by such a deficiency. Another thing is that yeah, even if you make an imperfect shot, it's sometimes still enough to bring the ball back.
The Chinese pair every time, I mean, is like a wall down the middle. Both rackets coming up for every ball. This is the hustle, the undying effort to make sure there's security and nothing gets past.
Yeah, in this slow caption you could see now Xue Juan nicely how after every shot she would lean her arm against the table and lift it up again. But she can only touch the surface after she's already made the shot, so not before to gain balance or to help herself in that way.
Lee Mi-gyu saying, give me a sec here, just got to straighten out a thing or two so I'm ready for the action.
Yeah, they now changed sides as well as the server to receiver combination. Game 5, so after 5 points won by one of the teams.
It was a big shot there from the middle, quick to the corner. Now this is tough for the Korean women. In a push rally, looking to find places, it's just, I'd say how complete the Chinese pair has been. They've made it really tough to find any sort of holes in the game.
Yeah, but that's the thing that worked at the beginning of this match, but the two Chinese players came into their rhythm, to their understanding of what they're going to do if these shots keep coming back. And that's why sometimes a thing that worked in game 1 isn't as effective in game 5.
The evolution of table tennis, it's evolving all the time, adapting to each other's games. Two big serves, neither of them coming back onto the table, and the Korean pair within 2. I feel like the coaching corner and the bench is doing everything they can to will that fighting spirit into their Korean players, to remind them that this is very possible. And pressure from Yoon Ji-Yoo, that backhand. 1-point game, solid receive, and one more to come.
Yeah, the coaches and the other team members, team colleagues are the only ones who are allowed as spectators in the venue this time, so they have to make the best out of it.
Yeah, you might wonder how they have so many people here. Physios, anyone who is part of the staff for the team. Even still, a lot of staff wasn't allowed to be here. It's fairly limited.
And a strong team of players.
Now that's interesting. It looked like it hit her shirt. I thought so too. They continued playing as they should. Interesting, interesting.
Yeah, that's right. I think the Chinese players are right, actually.
Well, until there's a TTR system that is in play where they can review it, we only had that one camera angle, but that's just for us as spectators, essentially. It won't change the call. So Korea within 1.
Yeah, the question only was how rattled or annoyed would the Chinese be with this, and would they let it bother them?
And I think they moved on quite maturely, quite quickly. There wasn't much argument about it.
As they should.
Indeed. 2-point lead, 2 points away from securing the first match. Xue Juan with the serve. And it is now 3 match points for Team China to take this first match. Remember, first team to win 2 matches not only wins the team match, but takes the gold medal. Just deep, missing the table long. It is a match point saved.
And twice in a row, we can now see how they almost clashed with their backhands in the middle of the table.
So drying off the ball for the serve, 8 serving 10. And the edge of the racket, it flies long. Match point saved once again. The Korean women, 9-10. It's a rare occasion that we see a missed contact. Good pressure and placement from the Korean women to find that spot, and Lee Chen right into that elbow deep.
Yeah, she was in position for her forehand shot, just somewhere in between doing it topspin or backspin.
The power shot does it. Lee Chen on top of the topspin crushes the ball. 11-9 in game number 5. A power shot gives the power to Team China. The first match An outstanding performance here, 11-9 in the decider, the narrowest margin, a marathon match really, and the Korean women now have a very difficult task. They will have to get through two of the best in the world. Shue Juen, back-to-back gold medalist in singles class 3. She's got the next singles match to come, and her opponent will be Yoon Ji-Yoo with the spinny rubber on the backhand side. So from down 0-2, the Chinese women with an outstanding comeback, showing nerves of steel and experience, an outstanding sync-up as a team. Real mental strength and preparation to be here today. Match statistics on screen. 1 point difference between them after 42 minutes of play. It only comes down to the difference of 2 points in the decider. So the beauty of table tennis, you never know. Stick around because we've got the singles match with Shue Juen and Yoon Ji-Yoo to come, and it could be the gold medal match. Stay right here.
Again, should be an interesting one. Yoon Ji-Yoo in 2019 won bronze at the Asian Championships in Chinese Taipei. The same medal picked up 2 years earlier in Beijing. In teams, she won bronze in Rio at the Paralympic Games, and 1 year later in China won team silver. In 2019, she won team gold at the Czech Republic and the Tide Opens. Individual gold in those tournaments as well as team gold in the Ceremonies Glasgow Slovenia Open. She won bronze here in the women's singles class 3. She's 20 years of age, world ranked number 3.
さあ続いてシングルスになりますが、まずは大韓民国ユン・ジュー選手からご紹介しましょう。2019年アジア選手権銅メダルを獲得しています。遡って17年北京でも銅メダルですね。団体ではリオで銅、そして中国での大会も銀を取っています。2019年チェコの大会、バンコクでの大会、金メダル2つ記録しています。こちらは団体、個人ともに同じ記録が残っています。そして今回の大会、このクラス銅メダリストです。若干20歳、ワールドランキングナンバー3、ユン・ジュン選手登場です。
And she's up against from representing People's Republic of China, Xu Zhuan, current World Paralympic Asian Games champion. She was also World Silver Medalist in 2014. In Rio 2016, she's a gold in both singles and team events. She was Asian champion in 2017 and won bronze in 2019. As mentioned earlier, she won gold here at Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games in class 3, so she is a Paralympic champion. So it's a 31-year-old, and she's world ranked number 2 in class 1 to 2.
さあ対するは中華人民共和国からシュウ・ジュアン選手です。世界選手権、パラリンピック、アジアゲームすべて制しているという強さです。2014年でも世界選手権銀メダル、リオでは個人団体ともに金メダルを獲得。2017年アジアチャンピオン、2019年には銅メダルも獲得。本大会クラス3で金メダリストに輝いています。現在31歳、ワールドランク2位、シュウ・ジュアン選手です。
So as the athletes get themselves ready for this first singles match, just a reminder that People's Republic of China are 1-up in the tie, winning 3-2, very, very tight doubles match. Well, we're on to the singles now, and for the Republic of Korea we have Yoon Ji-Yoo, and for People's Republic of China, Xu Zhuan. So whilst we're waiting for the athletes to warm up, and they're just approaching the table right
And the
now.
players are back for the action. Yoon-ji with a little trip here as we get into the coin toss to determine where the players start and who serves. It'll be Xue Juan of China
This contest
was the second choice.
before we go for the late lunch break or early dinner break.
And the left side of the table is taken by Xue Juan. It's called the left side of the table because it is the umpire. From the umpire's perspective, it is her left. Now head-to-head again, it is a 4-2 favor, or 4-2 in favor of Xue Juan on screen. And you saw her during that break that time, whether it was Yoon-ji going to the bathroom or getting whatever sort of attention she needed to be prepared for this match. Xue Juan keeping that arm warm, rubbing it. We talked about the different tactics. What are your thoughts here in terms of this match?
Well, I think it would be a little bit unfair to simply assume that Yoon attempted to just tactically cool down Xue Juan and not actually needing a bathroom break after such a long doubles match that we saw.
100%.
But it is a useful thing to do, or at least an attempt. It's not a bad idea to let your opponent wait if you have the chance to do that. Perhaps it takes her now another game or even two to really come back to it. But looking at the way they're warming up, I think they'll be ready to go from Love.
Right, I think everyone's been in that position in one form of their life or another, where they're like, well, I could hold it. And maybe that's how it was at the start of the first match for Yoon-ji. And yeah, who knows? I mean, we don't. All we do know is there was a significant delay between games and both players are here, but we've got world number 3 on screen who took a bronze here in Tokyo, battling against the gold medalist back-to-back, Xue Juan. So it will be an uphill battle for the 20-year-old, 11 years younger than her opponent. And she's fighting for the survival of Korea to send it to a deciding third match. So the match will be best of 5. First player to win 3 games wins the match each game. 2-11 must win by 2 alternating serves every 2 points. And the serve must come off the back of the table. Here we go, Yoon-ji. And just to clarify, the serve coming off the back of the table is a rule only for players in wheelchairs.
And now that we're in the team event, only in the singles, of course.
Right. In doubles, you can serve off the side. Good clarification to make. So 2 points on the receive. A strong start for Xue Juan. Ooh, from behind the table in the middle to find that angle. Good coverage there. Watch the move to the short forehand, a really long reach.
Yeah, that's these short wide out balls coming. We'll see how Xue Juan deals with this. She's had a lot of trouble in the semi-finals, getting points taken away from her for lifting her bottom off the cushion.
Making sure, I know there can be some confusion when the ball hits the wheelchair just behind the table. Sound is a big part of the knowledge of if something is in or not. Nice combination, good anticipation, and well in position. Xue Juan right down the line exposes the open backhand after sending her opponent to the short forehand. Only 1 point dropped so far for the defending and current gold medalist. I guess I should say the gold medalist from Rio and here in Tokyo.
But the three-time gold medalist with her team here, seen on the screen, Rio, London, and Beijing.
Now Yoon Ji-Yu's got that backhand shot, that spinny, strong backhand. She used it very well in the doubles match and singles here. Her opponent is going to be keeping it deep as much as possible and changing up the placement so that she's a little bit later to decide. The unpredictability factor can be very important. 2 points down, 2 serves for Yoon. Nice reach here.
Yeah, comes right back to Xue. And this is the danger with if the shot is not shortened enough and then against the pimples, can get a worse one back.
Coach in the background reminding of the variation in the topspin game. One spinny, then drive it deep. Fast shot here from deep on the backhand side. Xue Juan using those pips to keep it low to the net, fast and flat. Look how fast that ball is, and there's very little topspin, if any. Now Yoon still has a way to go. She's neck and neck with a player who's got a strong head-to-head record against her. But if she wins this game and ultimately wins the match, her teammate would have to do just the same. The apology here, acknowledgement to fortune. Xue Juan in English, sorry. Oh, perfect shot. I mean, you couldn't block. There wasn't much time to do anything except get your racket up, but she got her racket up perfectly. Look at the angle here. Just a quick shot and right back short to the other side. That has gold medal written all over it.
Yeah, because her forehand shortened wasn't really a good shot. So this here, I think we must admit, a little bit lucky.
Oh, worked hard for the point, and she saves her second game point, or her opponent's anyway. From down 8-10 after moving into that shallow forehand, comes right back for the finishing backhand. So now alternating serves until one player has a 2-point lead and takes the game. Yoon with the serve. Quality block here, gets right back and blocks it into the body.
Yeah, and Xue too slow to come back for a shot.
As you mentioned, it is tough to recover after you put in all that upper body effort to move forward into the shot.
And that's also why we say, especially in the lower classes, that when you go for the kill, it's important to make it a winner, because you put yourself into a difficult position should the ball come back.
So from saving a game point, she's earned yet another one. Third game point for Xue Juan. Wow, to the very edge of her seat, literally. The wide reach keeps the contact, or else she'd be called for it. Although you can see, again, based on the impairment, that she just doesn't come up from the seat much. It's going to be lean and it's going to be reach. So game point once again, what, fourth? Sure is, Xue Juan. Her service game is strong, twiddles the racket. See what that means, if it's going to be a spinny backhand. Sure is, but a spinny backhand for the finish. It's Yoon Ji-woo who drives it deep to the table, gets a more opponent and ties it up once again.
Yeah, good idea. Switching sides on her return. We could see that Yoon was surprised a little bit and just enough to miss the shot.
And after the high arcing spin comes back, it is loaded with underspin off those pips on the backhand side. So Xue Juan 15-13, 28 points played in a game to 11, must win by 2. So the Chinese, the favorite, Xue Juan, back-to-back gold medalist in Class 3, takes game number 1, and game number 2 will be coming right up. Don't go anywhere.
Second game, China to serve. Bravo.
Players back for game number 2 in the first singles match. Xue Juan continuing her momentum here after a very narrow margin. Victory in game number 1, 15-13. That ball hits the chair in the air, just out of court. Yoon on the scoreboard now. Or off the table, maybe I should say. Good placement, good pace, and that knuckling shot. The pips on the forehand. Watch it bend as it goes to the corner. Oh, that curve at the end, the spin settling back in.
Very nice rally too. Wrong side of the racket for Xue Jun.
Very ambitious shot after the first attack goes in. From here, that one seemed low and deep. It's not going to be an easy shot to make, but a bold player for a reason. She's down 1-4 though. Nice touch to keep it shallow on that forehand side.
Xue Jun keeps bringing herself into trouble by trying to play wide out short to Yoon's forehand. So I do have to wonder why she keeps attempting that.
I know personally, sometimes I get into a habit of winning points a certain way, and even though a player keeps winning, I think, oh, surely this is my bread and butter. It's got to work eventually. And maybe
everything works for Yoon Ji-woo.
Yeah, I mean, she's been very consistent in the push game, very controlled with that spinny rubber on the backhand. So far in game 2, a strong, convincing start. A chance here for Korea to tie it up in games. It's always difficult to block a flat hit. Have to look one more time here. Interesting, that was the inverted side of the racket, but still not a lot of topspin on it.
Great pressure with the pimpled rubber. That one's very difficult to return. Long into the body, elbow area, and no spin on it.
But this one catches the edge of the racket and flies to infinity and beyond. We will see here 8 game points for Yoon Ji-woo. It's that upper body you were talking about, the commitment that it takes to get those shorter balls. Ooh, just long. It cruises past the table, 11-2, a dominant turnaround after a very narrow margin, long-fought game number 1. So Korea way outscoring China in points so far this match, but game-wise, it's 1 game apiece. And that's all we'll count at the end. Which player gets to 3 games first? So game number 3 coming right up.
Third game, Korea to serve, level.
Back on for game number 3 in this China versus Korea women's team classes 1-3 final gold medal match. 1 game each so far, a very long and even one with 15-13 went to Xue Jun. Second one much faster, 11-2 for Yoon Ji-woo.
Yeah, Yoon Ji-woo's push game and her control was very stable in game number 2.
And it is on her to win this match if she wants to keep Korea in the fight for that gold.
The wide short forehand. This one a little bit deeper on the table, but still a long reach from where the ball came. She's been very good to turn it back around. As you mentioned, the short pips, good for the short play and the angles.
Yeah, it takes so much more energy from the opponent to bring that one back. And since it's far out of reach, even more difficult to do so.
So same scoreline we saw in last game, as far as I can remember anyway, but a lot of thinking going on right now from the gold medalist, Xue Juan. A lot on the shoulders right now of Yoon Ji-yoo. She's carrying all the hopes for the Korean women at this point, the Korean team.
Yeah, but for Xue Juan as well, she was expected to win and to bring that 4th consecutive gold for the Chinese team in this class. Li Xian could have a difficult job after her if this goes to match number 3.
Well, if Yoon continues the way she has been, we could get to see that deciding match. I think it'd be a thriller.
Red, 7-2.
Oh, right on the white of the line, a risky shot, calmly played to perfection. Just so easy, snaps that elbow up. It was a very calm play. But a good fast kicking serve to bring it back within 5 points. Still quite an encouraging lead for the young Korean. A good spin here to protect, keeps it low to the net, keeps it spinny and shallow on the table, so it's going to be tough to keep the ball down. She breathes on the racket just to clean off the dust on the top sheet, fog it up a little bit, and then remove that dust.
Persistent enough this time. Xue Juan, she had some troubles with that in the second game.
And now 6 game points for Yoon Ji-yoo to get a 2-1 lead in what would not only be a very impressive comeback for the Korean women, but a very impressive win over a woman who's been unstoppable in Class 3 for the past 2 Paralympic Games. Game points saved, 5 more to go for Yoon Ji-yoo.
Not to mention the Chinese is also the reigning world champion.
Good defense, but a few nets here in this point, and the bold being favored here. And the fortune goes her way, but good aggressive play. Yoon Ji-yoo now 2 games to 1 up over the world champion, defending, and 2-time gold medalist in in singles rather. Although if you could be a gold medalist in silver, she'd probably be that as well, but she's a gold medalist in gold as well. So Yoon Ji-yoo leading 2 games to 1, game number 4 coming up.
China to serve. Love up.
Players back for game number 4. Xue Juan, the expected winner here, down 1-2, has the serves and a lot of responsibility on her side. And she sure handles the responsibility of that first serve quite swiftly. A good angle here. Again, the pip side of the racket to generate that much speed, a very open face of the racket to just guide it forward. This is pretty much the opposite of what we saw the last 2 games. 4-1 and then 5-1 favoring Yoon Ji-yoo, who's down 0-3 right now.
Finally, that forehand working for her as well.
We saw how low and how shallow it had to be, clipping the net to add a little bit of extra, say, work for Yoon Ji-yoo to come in. Now this one, I was a little bit surprised that it was out of reach so clearly for Yoon Ji-yoo. Maybe this camera angle will make it more clear.
Yeah, and it was done with the rubber side with the backhand and not with the smooth forehand as usually.
So a flawless start here. The first towel break, Yoon Ji-yoo understandably taking a moment.
Yeah, her lead is slipping out of her hands very fast with this game 4.
Yeah, Yoon Ji-yoo does not want a game 5, period. But if she gets there, being dominated in game number 4 would not give her the confidence that she needs to really keep that belief. Sure wouldn't help her cause. Interestingly enough, coming into this game, Yoon Ji-yoo had more than 150% the points of her opponent. But good topspin here makes the ball race out towards her opponent away from the net and secures that the attack comes down on the table. You can see it really jump and accelerate off that bounce. Outstanding defense. The placement here, she curves it back to the corner. Xue Juan steps her lead back up to 5.
Just to make sure, showed the umpires that it bounced off her wheelchair and not off the table surface.
Yeah, she's been communicating with the umpires quite a lot. So what are the changes that you'd say have really been most effective that you've seen from Xue Juan?
I think she's being just generally more aggressive and avoiding that forehand most of all.
Which is interesting because in terms of, I guess, the wide, short forehand of Yoon has been very strong, but also that spinny backhand from her. That's the shot that stands out to me most.
Yeah, she's moved her chop more to the body, not too much to the backhand. But it's also Yoon who's not as aggressive with her backhand now, as we can see. Took her maybe 10 push returns to try to open up.
So out of the 5 game points she had, she only needed the first, and Shredjuen sends this to the decider. This could be it. The Chinese women 1 game away from another gold medal to keep the streak alive, and Korea will fight to see if they can send it to the deciding match, match number 3. But game number 5, the decider, coming right up.
Game. Korea to serve.
Back for game number 5, the final game in this match, and it could be the final game of the gold medal team tie in general. But a long serve, Yoon Ji-yoo starting strong as she did in games 2 and 3. Momentum heavily favoring Shredjuen, but broken here on the first serve.
If that was right on the line, difficult to pick up.
Yeah, quite fearless play in terms of placement. That second shot there, putting some pace on it with the pips.
But I think that is what was missing for her in games 2 and 3. She just wasn't aggressive enough, risking enough. And Yoon is not a player that she could just win against safely, it seems.
Seemed like the last shot caught a bit of the net, which is always tough to keep it down. Stay in control with the rhythm broken. Nice kick serve here, side and topspin, going more to that forehand side. Interesting choice for Shue to play the backhand from that wide on the forehand side of the elbow. Seems like the ones that get apologized for are the ones that really come to rest or slow down on the table just out of reach. That one danced right on the top for a moment.
Definitely a killer, but a point you're not going to say no to in game number 5.
Yeah, you'll take what you can get, and they will switch sides when one player gets 5 points. Which is now Shredjuen with a 2-point lead as they switch sides. Body language quite different right now. Shredjuen quickly getting to the other side. Yoon Ji-yoo taking her time, which I think is important. I think she needs to figure out what needs to change out here to keep Shredjuen a little bit more passive. But she's really fearless, it appears, in this moment. These quick, wide shots, even with short strokes, just finding the corners. The timeout on the Korean side. So if you were the coach for Yoon Ji-yoo, what would you be telling her?
Well, that's difficult to say because I don't know her game all too well. And I was always trained to think in terms of what I would do with my playing style.
Let me rephrase that. If you were Yoon Ji-yoo, what would you do with your playing style? Yours meaning Yoon Ji-yoon's.
Yeah, that's the trouble right here.
Right.
No, yeah, she's perhaps just playing it a bit too safe herself at the moment and letting Shredjuen dictate the tempo.
So you think taking some more chances, getting a bit more aggressive?
She'll have to do it because the way it's going right now is not great for her.
Well, we'll see back from the timeout. Yoon Ji-Yoo.
Yeah, because again, it's this middle-to-middle kind of push, and Xue Zhuan at the moment is just placing it better than Yoon is.
Nice parallel attack, earning herself the next attack. I'm thinking about the service game. Xue Zhuan has been serving right near the corners, and in general, I think that's what you have to do. Test the limits. Interesting, interesting.
Very good end line positioning once again.
Just a reminder for context, Korea wins this game. It comes down to the decider. I thought that would work well. That had been quite effective. Yoon Ji-Yoo has been solid on the short forehand side of the table. Excellent control here from Xue Zhuan to keep that really wide and short enough, but a lot of rotation on the ball to get it back into the net. And fully spilling out for the forehand. It is a 4-point lead. Xue Zhuan 2 points away from what, a 4th consecutive gold medal for the Chinese women?
Yeah, not for her personally, but as far as the Chinese team goes, yes.
Outstanding rally. Xue Zhuan getting everything back, putting a lot of responsibility on Yoon to find more places to play. That top spin backhand, side spin and top spin, and the side spin finally ends the point. 3 points between them. Second serve for Xue. And just long. 2-point game. The gap is closing as Xue Zhuan cleans off the top sheet of rubber for full traction on that spinny forehand side. Just long, and it is 3 gold medal points for Xue Zhuan and the Chinese women. Second serve here for Yoon. There it is, Xue Zhuan takes it. So Xue Zhuan, the winner here with Li Chen, they will take the gold medal over Korea's Yoon Ji-Yoo and Lee Mi-gyu. A solid performance, and what a turnaround. After those 2 games, she came back from down 1-2 in games and really flipped the script on her opponent.
Yeah, and Korea actually close to win as well in this individual match as in the doubles. So it could also have been 0-2 to Korea. Well done on the part of China to keep under the pressure and take this, well, expected win.
We saw the scores there after an 11-2 victory, an 11-6 victory. Turned around 11-5, 11-7 in the end. 36 minutes after it started, it was Xue Zhuan who stayed cool under pressure, mentally very focused, got aggressive, and it all paid off. So congratulations to the women of China, classes 1 through 3 in the team event here for the women. It will be the Chinese flag once again that flies high. We saw tears of joy earlier. This man has to be the happiest man, so proud of his women. as they performed out here today. 4 gold medals consecutively for the Chinese women in this event.
No tears, but a lot of happy smiles.
Victory ceremonies are coming up back to back.
Maybe he ran out of tears from earlier after the men's match, but smiles, a bottomless pit of smiles within the Chinese camp. Well, stick around because we've got the victory ceremony to come in just a bit. You'll have a chance to meet the champions of different events. You're watching Tokyo 2020, the Paralympic Games.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the men's team class 4-5.
皆様、ただいまより男子団体クラス4から5の表彰式を行います。
Please welcome the medalists.
メダリストをお迎えください。
Konnichiwa and irashaimase. Hello and welcome back to Tokyo 2020, the Paralympic Games. This is the men's team classes 4 and 5 victory ceremony. The best athletes in the most mobile class of the wheelchair events are making their way out to the podium. And some very strong teams as you see waves, peace signs, and acknowledgement of effort. Effort that has paid off nonetheless, because no one here rolling out now will be going home without a medal.
What a set of medals for Korea, China, France, and Slovakia.
A pretty broad array of different countries to be occupying the podium here after all the work that's been put in.
The medals will be presented by
メダルの贈呈は
Mr. Tony Sainsbury, OBE, member of the Paralympic Order.
Our presenters, Mr. Tony Sainsbury Obe, Paralympic Order recipient, and is accompanied by Mr. Saito Ryuichi, chairman of Shibuya City Council.
Bronze medalist representing France and representing
Starting off with the bronze medalists in men's teams classes 4 and 5. Representing Slovakia and France.
So the two men for Slovakia that played through, Peter Michalik and Boris Traunicek. Michalik, 44 years old, world rank number 14 in class 4. And his teammate, Boris, 23 years old, world rank number 19.
And here, Florian Marien, Nicolas Savant, Aira, and Maxime Thomas for France. Just taking this opportunity and, giving medals to each other. A nice change from what we've seen so far. Athletes having to take the medals for themselves. Here they have their teammates to do that for them.
A little bit of kampai here, some cheers with their bouquets. And the medals, of course.
Lots of bronze up for grabs here. After the Atlanta 96 Paralympic Games, for the first time, two teams awarded a bronze medal. And we're moving on to the silver medalists, the before defending champions in this class, team of the Republic of Korea. Baek Hyung-bok, Kim Jung-gil, and Kim Young-gun.
Kim Young-gun.
Spicing up their collections. Gold from Rio, silver now. Silver also on their Someiti mascots. On the victory bouquets, along with some colorful flowers coming from the regions of Japan the most affected by the 2011 earthquake, thus representing a rebirth.
Representing People's Republic of China.
金メダリストパラリンピックチャンピオン中華人民共和国
Coming from China, the new Paralympic champions Cao Ningning, Guo Jingwen, and Zhang Yan.
Cao Ningning.
Cao Ningning, the silver medalist from his singles event. The first medal at these Paralympic Games for the other two. And what a medal to get. Time for a picture. Smiles in their eyes if you can't see them under the masks.
And if you can, please contact us immediately because you have very special skills.
The national anthem.
And now the most popular national anthem in modern table tennis, the Chinese national anthem. If you can, please stand.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
皆様、パラリンピックメダリストです。
Here they are. A moment for history and finally masks off at the end of this long Paralympic tournament. These are the guys who concluded it the best way possible.
So now if you can see the smiles, enjoy them, but no need to report yourselves to us because we wouldn't be as surprised as before. Slovakia, France, South Korea, and China.
Congratulations.
Congratulations indeed. Gong Xi Niman. Congratulations and a thumbs up to the crowd. And the kids know who to cheer for, no matter where their moms and dads may be from. But the dad on stage right now at the top of the podium, Cao Ningning alongside Guo Xingyuan and Zhang Yan, the gold medalists, increasing the count, and they will all come together for a final set of photos here that will circulate in the media as the news breaks to the world again to make their countries proud and show that the competition is very thick here and only getting better. The Paralympics, every time, stronger and stronger, more coverage, more thrills, more drama, and more excitement for the world to discover and enjoy how much fun and how entertaining the Paralympics can be. The sporting spirit, the high fives all around, so rivals at the table, but the camaraderie. They know that they couldn't be here without each other, and the competition that pushes them to raise their game. So the sporting spirit exemplified here by the role models, the athletes themselves. Congratulations to all the medalists, and especially the Chinese men. A little bit of massage action there after some pats on the back. And some good old affection to remind each other we are here together, we are in this together. And they've made it quite far. Outstanding tournament for these players. We hope to see them back in 3 years. Paris closer than usual. And this is just a sample. Again, Tokyo has been outstanding. Tokyo 2020, the Paralympic Games. We still have more to come. More matches, more excitement. This is only the second to last day for the table tennis events. But we've got more victory ceremonies to follow, so enjoy this last look at some of your favorite athletes. And stay right here for more victory ceremonies on the way.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the women's team class 6 to 8.
皆様、ただいまより女子団体クラス6から8の表彰式を行います。
Please welcome the medalists.
メダリストをお迎えください。
Konnichiwa and irashaimase. Hello and welcome back to Tokyo 2020, the Paralympic Games, coming to you live from Tokyo Metropolitan Gymnasium. This is the women's team classes 6 through 8 victory ceremony, the standing events, 6 with the greatest impairment, but 6 through 8 fairly middle of the pack, and we've got some legends within the sport here. Representing Netherlands, representing China, France, and RPC as they make their way out to the podium.
The two finalists and the two teams who lost in their semi-finals, all receiving a Paralympic medal from Tokyo 2020, taking place, of course, in 2021.
Mr. Tony Sainsbury.
And this is Mr. Tony Sainsbury, OBE, member of the Paralympic Order, who will be presenting the medals.
Accompanied by?
And accompanying him will be Mr. Saito Ryuichi.
Chairman of Shibuya.
He's the chairman of Shibuya City Council.
Bronze medalist representing France and RPC.
Here we go, the bronze medalists, the semi-finalists from France and representing Russian Paralympic Committee. Anne Barno and Tukam Kasofu for France, and Maliak Alieva, Raisa Chebanika, and Victoria Safonova for Russian Paralympic Committee.
Maliak Alieva.
Showing off their shiny, beautiful new medals. And here a nice touch, taking the opportunity to award each other those medals so hardly fought for. Also receiving the victory bouquets for the first time present at the medal ceremonies at Paralympic Games after London 2012, featuring the mascot Someiti here in bronze colors and accompanied by colorful flowers coming from the Japanese regions most affected by the 2011 earthquake.
Silver medalist representing Netherlands.
銀メダリスト、オランダ。
And now our silver medalists representing Netherlands is Kelly van Zon on the right, and to her left, Frederik van Hoof. 20 years old on the left, very strong player. And a three-time back-to-back-to-back gold medalist in singles for Class 7, 33-year-old world ranked #1, Kelly van Zon. Some real passion. We've seen celebrations, diving around the net shots that you might have seen even if you don't follow table tennis, because it went viral on the internet against her Turkish rival The facial expressions said it all, but these two here, the silver medal, and only one team could outperform them. It is a team that we all know the national anthem to now because of their success in the table tennis world. It is Team China. Congratulations, Team China, with Huang Wenjuan, only 16 years old. She's world ranked number 5 in Class 8. We've got Mao Jingdian and Wang Rui. Mao Jingdian, 26 years old, world ranked number 1 in Class 8. And Wang Rui, 28 years old, world ranked number 3 in Class 7. So together they were the team to beat, rivals in singles. But when it came down to the gold medal match for the team event, Netherlands and China, China came to the table quite well prepared, and they leave the event with the women's team gold medal for classes 6 through 8. 3 women working very hard to bring China, a very patriotic and massive country, even more pride. And now,
ladies and gentlemen,
the most famous national anthem in the world of table tennis, the Chinese national anthem. If you can, please stand. Well, there you have it, the Chinese national anthem, brought to you proudly by the athletes in the women's team event, classes 6 through 8, Huang Wenjuan, Mao Jingdian, and Wang Rui. So together with the presenters, nothing will happen. They'll just walk on through. Surprise! Plot twist. Just a reminder of who is on the medals podium here. RPC, so fans in Russia, France, Netherlands, and China. Take a deep breath of satisfaction and victory.
And a short moment to enjoy the pictures without their masks.
It is a pleasure. Very human moment, especially with all these smiles coming out after the hard work. Game Face has been on all week, and for the last year and a half or so, half of the Game Face has been covered out of respect for others around and cautious measures to make sure that people stay healthy here. And I think Tokyo 2020 has done an excellent job of ensuring the safety of everyone involved, from athletes to volunteers, coaches, staff.
And just to make sure that these athletes get to do what they do best and can now be rewarded for it properly.
And we see the best of the best here. Again, a big congratulations to all of our medalists for women's team class 6 through 8 event. It's been a pleasure to watch you, to have you here entertaining us and doing what you do best, table tennis. So an outstanding Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games. We hope to see you all very soon in Paris. We've got one more victory ceremony to come before the end of the session. Stick around, that victory ceremony coming up shortly.
この後このセッションもう一つ表彰式を行います。準備が整い次第、女子団体クラス1から3の表彰式を行います。
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the women's team class 1 to 3.
皆様、ただいまより女子団体クラス1から3の表彰式を行います。
Please welcome the medalists.
メダリストをお迎えください。
Konnichiwa and irashaimase. Hello and welcome back to the Tokyo Metropolitan Gymnasium, where the magic of table tennis, all the action is going down. You're watching Tokyo 2020, the Paralympic Games. This is the women's teams classes 1 through 3 victory ceremony. So all the medalists roll their way out and get near the podium to accept what they've worked for all week and for years and years to prepare for this massive test on the biggest stage in the world.
The medals will be presented by
メダルの贈呈は
Mr. Tony Sainsbury, OBE, member of the Paralympic
Our
Order.
presenters, Mr. Tony Sainsbury, OBE, Paralympic Order recipient, accompanied by
Mr. Saito Ryuichi, chairman
Mr. Saito Ryuichi, chairman of Shibuya City Council. And here the teams the medals will go to. First, the 2 semi-finalists, or better to say all 4 of them, but representing 2 teams, Croatia and Italy. Helena Dretar-Karic and Angela Muzinic for Croatia, silver medalists from Tokyo, receiving a bronze here.
Helena Dretar-Karic.
And we'll take the opportunity to award each other these medals they so hardly fought for. The next 2 bronze medals for Italy, for Giada Rossi and Michela Brunelli.
Giada Rossi.
First team event medal for the duo. Accompanied by the victory bouquets and the Paralympic mascot, Someiti. Congratulations to Italy, congratulations to Croatia.
Silver medalist representing Republic of Korea.
And now our silver medalists representing South Korea. On the left, we have Lee Mi-gyu. In the middle, we have Seo Soo-yeon. And on the right, we have Yoon Ji-yoo. Yoon Ji-yoo, 20 years old, world rank number 3 in her second appearance at the Paralympic Games. Took a bronze here in Tokyo in singles. Seo Soo-yeon in the middle. Her second appearance as well took a silver in Rio in singles, and Lee Mi-gyu a bronze in Rio and a bronze in Tokyo. In Class 3, she's world rank number 6 at 32 years old. That is Lee Mi-gyu, who I was just describing, who's on the far left, and Yoon Ji-yoo on the right. So the Korean women with a very outstanding performance here to make it all the way to the gold medal match. But the only team to stop their winning streak, the champions, once again, fourth consecutive gold medal for the strongest team in table tennis. It is the women of Team China. On the left, Li Qian, 32-year-old world rank number 4 in Class 3. And in the middle, Liu Jing, 33 years old, Class 2, 4-time back-to-back gold medalist in singles. It's an honor to have such a legend putting a gold medal around your neck. Although all of these women, heroes in their own right, gold medalists here today in Tokyo 2020. And Xue Juan on the right, the fighter, 31 years old, world rank number 2 in Class 3. And back-to-back gold medals in singles, and she takes the teams to complete it as well. So a very strong outfit here. The Chinese women, strong like gold, undefeated once again. And they make their country very proud to add to the medal count with the best color possible. The gold medal here for classes 1 through 3 in the women's team event.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem.
And now, the most famous national anthem in the world of table tennis. It is the Chinese national anthem. So if you can, please stand. So there you have it, the national anthem of the champions, once again, the women of China. So to all of our athletes from Italy, Croatia, Korea, and China, your fellow patriots are very proud of you. Table tennis fans around the world, new and old, thrilled to watch you compete. And from the tactics you brought to the table, from the tetra lobs to the counterattacks, to the strawberries, the bananas, the hook shots, and anything else you had, you earned the medals that you took. 2 bronzes for the first time since 1996, presented here at Tokyo 2020. But it is China with the outstanding performance to really set the bar for the rest of the world to be motivated and try to catch up to. So with the masks off, we have a moment here. And we've had a moment to not only enjoy the smiles in the faces of our athletes as their work has paid off, but you'll be able to find these pictures on the internet. If you missed the action live, you can search for table tennis all over the internet on YouTube and enjoy. The Paralympics have been spectacular, and not only bringing world-class entertainment from the best athletes in the world, but bringing the world together.
As depicted on the medals awarded today, with this Japanese fan motive and the focal point, these athletes who are bringing together people around the world, regardless of their background.
So now they will head out the same way they came in, together. Our medalists, again, a big congratulations, and the biggest congratulations to the women of China, Gongxi Niman, Xingkula. It's been hard work, but once again, you've retained your title as the best in the world for women's teams, classes 1 through 3. It's been spectacular, but that is it for this session. Stick around because we've got more action to come, more magical table tennis right here from Tokyo Metropolitan Gymnasium. After a bit of a break, we look forward to seeing you real soon.
クラス8、クラス3の2試合、さらには表彰式を予定しています。
So the big wheels keep on turning and the medals they keep earning. You're watching Tokyo 2020. It's been a magical first session and a last day for many of these athletes here. But the Paralympics will continue with more gold medal matches to come right here from Tokyo Metropolitan Gymnasium in Tokyo, Japan. You've been watching the wonderful world of table tennis, and we look forward to entertaining you more when we get back for the next session. See you real soon. Mata ne.